Jr., President of the Board, Weslaco ISD Board of Trustees. This special board meeting is being conducted pursuant to Governor Greg Abbott's suspension of certain open meeting law requirements to the extent necessary to allow for telephonic and video conference meetings in response to COVID-19. Notice of this meeting has been posted online for at least 72 hours. The board is meeting by the use of Google Meets and telephone transmission, which allows two-way communication for members of the public during public comments. A recording of this meeting is being made and will be available to the public at a later date. The time now is 5:31, and I call this meeting to order. I will now begin the roll call. Call each board member by name. Signify your presence by saying, "Here or present," when I call your name. Mr. Isidoro Nieto. Present. Mrs. Jackie Sustaitam.
Present.
Jesse Trevino.
Present.
Dr. Jaime Rodriguez. Mr. Mark de los Santos.
Present.
Mr. Andrew Gonzalez.
Present.
Let the record show that a quorum of board members are in attendance. Item 3, public comments.
There are none.
We have none. Mr. de los Santos, did you have a motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to modify the agenda and move the executive session to the beginning
Second.
as the first item.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. de los Santos and a second by Mr. Gonzalez to move the closed meeting and take that at this time. Let's take it to a vote and signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name, or no if you don't approve. Mr. Nieto.
Aye.
Mrs. Saitam.
Aye.
Mr. Trevino.
Aye.
Mr. Dos Santos.
Aye.
And Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. We will now go into closed meeting to discuss A, personnel matters, Texas Government Code 551.074. 1, employment of personnel, certified professional and non-contractual personnel. 2, resignations. 3, deliberation regarding the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, Texas Government Code 551.074 and 551.071. B, deliberation regarding acquisition of real property, Texas Government Code 55.072. C, consultation with attorney regarding A, pending or contemplated litigation. B, a settlement offer. Or C, a matter in which the duty of the attorney to the Weslaco ISD under the Texas disciplinary rules of professional conduct of the State Bar of Texas clearly conflicts with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code 551.071. And 1, discussion and review with Weaver and Tidwell audit representatives on Part 1 of the forensic audit. The time now is 5:34, and we will go into closed meeting. time now is 7:05, and we have reconvened in open meeting. A, possible action if necessary on items discussed in closed meeting. 1, discussion and possible action on new employment, certified professional and non-contractual personnel. Dr. Valdez?
Mr. President, Board of Trustees, administration does recommend employment of personnel, certified professional and non-contractual personnel as discussed in closed session.
Motion to approve?
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Mr. Dos Santos and a second by
Myself.
Dr. Rodriguez. Is there any discussion? Okay, if not, let's vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name, or no if you don't approve. Mr. Nieto, Isidro Nieto?
Aye.
Mrs. Jackie Sustaita?
Aye.
Dr. Jaime Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Mark de los Santos?
Aye.
And Mr. Andrew Gonzalez?
Aye.
Coach Eje Trevino?
Aye.
Motion carries. Let the record reflect that Dr. Jaime Rodriguez joined the meeting at 5:46. Okay, we go to number 2. Discussion and possible action on resignations, Dr. Valdez.
Administration seeks your approval for resignations as discussed in closed session.
So move.
Second?
Have a motion by Mr. Gonzalez and a second by Mr. Mark de los Santos. Let's take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name, or no if you don't approve. Mr. Isidro Nieto?
Aye.
Mrs. Jackie Sustaita?
Aye.
Coach Eje Trevino?
Aye.
Dr. Jaime Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Mark de los Santos?
Aye.
And Mr. Andrew Gonzalez.
Aye.
Motion carries. 3, discussion and possible action on acquisition of real property, Texas Government Code 55.072. Dr. Valdez.
No action, Mr.
On action
President.
item. That now takes us to the agenda, and we will go to item 4. Discussion and possible action to approve the Region 1 Education Service Center's local assessment fee for a special service project for 2020-2021 school year. Dr. Valdez?
Weslaco ISD does participate with Region 1 as far as participating in workshops, technical assistance, curriculum and instruction assessment activities, also such activities such as in leadership academies, administrative training and consultant services. And so we're asking for your approval for their service.
So move to approve?
Who made the motion? Mr. Nieto?
I'll second.
Motion to approve and a second by Dr. Jaime Rodriguez. To approve the Region 1 Education Service Center's local assessment for a special service project for the 2020-2021 school year. Is there any discussion? Okay, take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mr. Isidro Nieto?
Aye.
Mrs. Jackie Sustaita?
Aye.
Coach Eje Trevino?
Aye.
Dr. Jaime Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Mark de los Santos?
Aye.
And Mr. Andrew Gonzalez.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 5, discussion and possible action to approve an out-of-valley trip for Weslaco High School robotics team to participate in Best Robotics Kickoff Day in Houston, Texas. Dr. Valdez.
Yes, this is an excellent opportunity for our Weslaco High School UIL robotics team to participate in that regional robotics kickoff day. It'll be held in Houston on September 4th, 2021. So in order for them to receive robotics kits, rules, and judging schedule, it's a nice opportunity for them to prepare for the state competition.
So move to approve.
Okay, I heard two. Who, was it Andrew? Mr. Gonzalez moves, makes a motion, and a second by Mr. Nieto
Yes.
to approve the out-of-valley trip for the Weslaco High School robotics team to participate in the Best Robotics Kickoff Day in Houston, Texas. Do we have any discussion?
I think the only clarification is just to make sure that they follow all CDC guidelines and they travel over there, especially in Houston area.
Thank you, Coach, for that reminder. Yes, we will communicate with our principal, Mrs. Morales.
Okay.
Okay, take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mr. Isidro Nieto.
Aye.
Ms. Jackie Sustaita.
Aye.
Co-Chair Trevino.
Aye.
Dr. Jaime Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mr. Mark De Los Santos.
Aye.
And Mr. Andrew Gonzalez.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 6, discussion and possible action to move school board meetings to third Tuesday of every month. Dr. Valdez.
Yes, the board has requested a change in the meeting dates due to some conflicting appointments or meetings or classes that, schedules for some of the board members, so it's something that you all, and we are recommending to accommodate the board members.
So move to approve.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Gonzalez and a second by Mr. Mark De Los Santos. To move the board meetings to the third Tuesday of every month. Any discussion? Okay, let's take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mr. Isidro Nieto.
Aye.
Ms. Jackie Sustaita.
Aye.
Jose Trevino.
Aye.
Dr. Jaime Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mr. Mark De Los Santos.
Aye.
And Mr. Andrew Gonzalez.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 7, discussion on telehealth, telemedicine services for schools. Dr. Valdez.
Given the public health concerns with COVID-19 and the rise in cases, we do have an update for you on the telehealth, telemedicine services for our schools. The update will be provided by Mr. Mike De La Rosa, who's our Executive Director for Employee Benefits and Risk Management. Mr. De La Rosa.
Good evening, Coach Cuellar, Dr. Valdez, members of the board. As you know, there was a workshop that we held before we went out for summer break where we did discuss, the pros and cons of the telehealth, telemedicine services. So when we did return, there is currently an RFQ out to solicit these services, and the tentative plan is to bring that to the board at the September meeting for evaluation and further discussion.
Will they be presenting, whoever turns in their RFQs?
A request for qualifications, yes. And then through Dr. Valdez and Coach Cuellar, we can discuss how that can happen, whether you want the the respondents to present directly to the board, or administration can provide a recommendation, but we'll see how many proposals come in.
Sounds good.
I think a direct presentation would be a good idea. That way we can ask questions directly to the representatives of the company.
Sure, we can accommodate that, yes, sir.
Mr. Rector, is there something that you'd like to see?
No, it was just wanting to see the RFQs as soon as possible to get this into our schools. So September will be the date that we can look forward to that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sounds good.
Dr. Valdez, you'll follow up?
So noted, and yes. And if the board wishes for presentations, then we can accommodate them and plan accordingly.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mike.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Okay, it's a non-action item, so we'll go to item 8. Discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval of the substantial completion for A. Tony Rico Elementary School Foundation Remediation Project, CSP number 21-11-14. Dr. Valdez.
On November 9, 2020, the Board of Trustees approved Holtimont LTD for the construction of this project for the amount stipulated there, $321,000. The project was determined to be substantially complete on August 20th, 2021, and the completion or closeout of the project is underway and will be presented to the board for approval once finalized. We do have Americo Garza here who is prepared for any questions, should you have any questions.
Coach Cuellar, Dr. Valdez. So this project consisted of the remediation for the foundation, or the foundation at Rico Elementary. We had some cracks on the walls, exterior walls and interior walls as well. And so that was a concern. A lot of teachers were concerned as well with that. And so through this project, we were able to remediate that, and they're substantially complete already.
So move to approve.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Isidro Nieto
A second, Coach.
and a second by Dr. Jaime Rodriguez. For the approval of the substantial completion for A. Tony Rico Elementary School Foundation Remediation Project, CSP, number 21-11-14. 14. Do we have any discussion?
If I may just ask, what is the point of having the substantial completion approval? What's the process or what? Why do we have to approve substantial completion?
So part of the process in the construction is to get that established. The substantial completion date determines when we stop, per se, counting, or from there on, if there's going to be any liquidated damages assessed, and liquidated damages are assessed if they're delayed per contract. And so that date establishes whether they met the contract dates or if they're late outside of the contract. And so that triggers other approvals for, say, delay days, if they have any requested delay days. Otherwise, they met the contract terms and we're good to go. The other thing that it does is that substantial completion allows us to occupy the facility depending on the type of construction job.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank you for clarifying.
yes.
Any further discussion? Okay, thank you, Michael. Take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mr. Isidro Nieto.
Aye.
Ms. Jackie Speical.
Aye.
Jose Trevino.
Aye.
Dr. Jaime Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mr. Mark de los Santos.
Aye.
Mr. Andrew Gonzalez.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 9. Discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval of the final amended budgets for the general fund and the debt service fund for the fiscal year 2020-2021. Dr. Valdez.
So the official adopted budget with all the amendments must be filed with TA through PEMS. This must be done before the end of the fiscal year, which is August 31st, 2021, to make sure all of the functional expenditures levels are in legal compliance with the TEA Financial Accountability Systems Resource Guide. In your packet, you do have the, enclosed is the final amended budget for the year, and so we're seeking your approval.
I'll move to approve.
We have a motion by Dr. Rodriguez and a second by Mr. Isidro Nieto to consider the approval for the final amended budgets for the general fund and debt service fund for the fiscal year 2020-2021. Do we have any discussion? Okay, let's take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mr. Isidro Nieto.
Aye.
Ms. Jackie Speical.
Aye.
Jose Trevino.
Aye.
Dr. Jaime Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mr. Mark de los Santos.
Aye.
And Mr. Andrew Gonzalez.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 10. Discussion and possible action for board to consider approval of the Weslaco ISD compensation plan for fiscal year 2021-2022. Dr. Valdez.
You have the compensation plan before you. It is, we provided an updated compensation plan, so it's separate from your packet. The compensation plan is reflected in the proposed budget for fiscal year 2021-2022. I do have staff, the team here, ready to share and entertain questions. We have Ms. Rosalinda Vargas, our HR consultant, who has joined the team to provide guidance and expertise in guiding us through the creation of the compensation plan. We have Mr. Abel Aguilar, who has also provided oversight to the HR team. And I believe we have Megan Rios, who's also available. Should you have any questions? Ms. Vargas.
Good evening, Mr. President, Dr. Valdez, and board members, staff, and community. Tonight, we will be sharing information regarding the Weslaco ISD compensation plan and recommended revisions for the board's review and possible approval. As we review the compensation plan tonight, information in red font is being recommended for deletion, while recommended additions or changes will be in blue font. To begin with, I'd like to review the items new to this document from the prior document you received on Friday. So if you'll join me on page number 4, you will see 2 additional policies that we've included, and I'll be going over these changes, but I just want to point out the differences from your previous document. And if you then go to page 46 rather, you'll see that we've added a recommended change for rehired retirees on page 46 at the bottom. On page 48, you'll see under requested calendar adjustments, we've added a 3rd item for your review. On page 49, we've added 2 additional items for your review. That would be numbers 3 and 4. And then on page 50, you'll see a new table under recommended game worker pay scale recommended increases. And finally, on page 51, you'll see total estimated costs, and that was adjusted based on those additional changes. So I'd like to go back to the first page, looking at the policies that we've included. So the policies that are indicated at the top of page 3 are policies DEA, DEAA, and DEAB. We've included the local policies of those 3 here. Our first DEA local focuses on the process that we're actually going through tonight, which is the administration presenting compensation plan to the board. We do that on an annual basis for your consideration and approval. It also provides guidance in annualized salaries, pay increases, pay during closing, and premium pay during disasters. On the following page, page 4, you have board policy DEAA local. And that policy focuses on incentives and stipends. It provides guidelines for assigning supplemental duties to exempt personnel and explains that the superintendent also has the opportunity to seek and submit plans for grants for employee incentive and innovative programs. And finally, we also have policy DEAB local, which explains that administration determines the classification of employees on whether they're exempt or non-exempt employees, and that's based on the Fair Labor Standards Act, and we ensure that they are appropriately compensated. So I'd like to draw your attention to our table of contents, because after our compensation policy that's listed there, you have the next section that is numbered 1 through 13, which is our pay systems administrative regulations. And those are our regulations that we follow in hiring new employees to this district, in recommendations for changes to current employees like the ones that we're going to be presenting today. And these are the regulations that are our go-to whenever we're working on making these types of changes or hiring new employees. On page 16, we have our new teacher hire guide. So if you can go with me to page 16. This table includes the recommended $2,000 increase for teachers. And we have a 0 years experience at $52,150 for teachers new to the profession. Following that, on page 17, we have our current stipends. There are changes there, but we'll be going over those in just a few minutes. We have our WISD pay structures, and those begin on page 25. And so these are the pay structures that we use to place our employees that are new to the district in each of our pay families. And our pay structures are including, the title is at the top of each one. Our first pay structure is Education Administrative Professional Job Classification. Then you have on page 29, Business Administrative Professional Job Classification. Our next one is on page 32. That would be the Clerical Technical Job Classifications. Then we have on page 39, the manual trades job classification. And we have one more, and that's going to be our instructional aid job classification on page 43. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and draw our attention to the recommended changes, which is on page 46. So on page 46, we have two recommended changes to the regulations part of our compensation plan. So on page 10 of the document that you have, you'll see a change in 6.2. And we believe that that's probably a typo that just needs to be fixed. It reads, "A pay increase for a promotion to a job in a higher pay range may be up to 5% of the new range midpoint, subject to the pay equity with peer employees who have similar experience when the incumbent total base salary it currently reads above, and we're asking that it be changed to below the salary of the new midpoint." In addition, on 6.3, we're recommending a change to include 4, 5, and 6 for our auxiliary staff and our paraprofessional staff. This is currently a practice that we already do, but we wanted to put it in writing. And so we'd like to add for our clerical support, instructional support, and auxiliary staff, number 4, which says general pay increases approved by the board is added to the employee's base pay prior to determining a promotion increase and is effective at the beginning of the new school year. Number 5, consideration will be given to maintaining internal equity with other employees in the same position, and promotion increases may be modified if another employee with more experience in the same job title is paid less. And number 6, no employee will be paid below the minimum or more than the maximum of the new pay range. And these guidelines are already there for the professional staff, and we just wanted to add it for the auxiliary staff as well and clerical. Down below, we have rehired retirees. We are recommending a change, which should be the deletion of that second sentence. And you can find that on page 15 of your document. So due to Senate Bill 202, there have been some changes to hiring retirees. And one of the things is that school districts will no longer be able to place the surcharge on that employee to pay. And so we are recommending that we remove the sentence which now reads, "In addition, the retiree's starting salary will be reduced by the amount of the added cost for paying the surcharge and any insurance expenses to TRS." And that'll put us in compliance with Senate Bill 202. Next page, on page 47, we have new allocations and positions recommended for this school year. The first recommendation is a security guard for the Safety and Security Office. This is not a new position. We have security guards in our compensation plan, but this security guard would also help in the office. And in lieu of having a secretary, we thought it would be better to have a security guard in case something occurred in the office area. We would have a security guard there as well. Number 2 is a receptionist for HR Business Office. This request is coming from the business office, and again, it's not a new position. This currently exists in our compensation plan, but the recommendation is a need for a receptionist. Number 3 is a secretary for construction, and we currently have a position called Secretary Construction Maintenance in our compensation plan, and so it's not a new position, but it is a new allocation that we're recommending. On number 4, we are recommending the position of Strategist Special Education. We currently have a position on page 26. You'll see a position called Supervisor Special Education. We are recommending a title change of job description of that position, and that we eliminate the Supervisor Special Education position. So since we already have a person in that position, it's not really an increase, it's just a change of what that person does. And number 5, the recommendation is a secretary to strategist for CNI. Again, we already have the position of secretary to strategist, but in this case, this position would be assisting advanced academics as well as social studies. And they would be helping in those areas of need. Going on to number 3, we have requested calendar adjustments. The first one you'll find on page 25 of your document. And this request is for Gear Up facilitators to change their calendar from 197 days, which is what they currently have, to 212 days. We are recommending the elimination of a position called Gear Up Facilitator, which was in pay grade 102. It has not been used at this time, and we're recommending eliminating that position. There would be an adjustment in pay because they're going to be working additional days. And so we've provided you an estimated cost there. The next one is a recommendation for the secretary for early college high school. You can find that change on page 35 of your document. The secretary of early college high school is currently at 220 days. The recommendation from administration is that that position go to 226 days. So the only change would be an adjustment to the pay structure to include those 6 additional work days, and the estimated cost is also shown to include those additional work days. On page 30, you will find the next recommended change, and this is a recommendation for the District Health Services Coordinator. That person, or that position rather, is currently at 207 days. And the recommendation is to move that to 226 days to better meet the needs of the district and our students. Again, this type of change would require a change in pay simply because of the additional days. It would be 19 additional days that this position would be working. Going to number 4, recommended reclassification of positions. Number 1, you can see on page 26 and 27 of your document. This recommendation is that our special education supervisor, the request was to go to a director position that would focus on dyslexia 504 and RTI. The recommendation of administration is that it be changed to a coordinator position. Also for dyslexia 504 and RTI, the recommendation is for it to be moved to pay grade 105. It was in pay grade 103. You can see the estimated cost, and that is based on the difference between the increase at the old pay grade versus the increase of the new pay grade. There's also a recommendation to eliminate the special education teacher supervisor and create the special education strategist position that we've spoken about. This position will be assigned additional duties as the coordinator for dyslexia 504 RTI. Number 2, also under recommended reclassifications, we have the instructional technology coach. The requested change is not in the name of the position, but the recommendation is to change where they're currently placed in their minimum, midpoint, and maximum. This has proven to be a hard-to-fill position, and so we're recommending that we move them from the old pay structure, and you see what their current minimum, midpoint, and max is, to not moving them out of pay grade 1, but moving them to a higher structure, which you can see the new minimum, midpoint, and max there. The estimated cost for position would be the difference, again, between the lower midpoint and the higher midpoint when you calculate the increase. And so that's how we calculated that estimated cost. Number 3 and 4 is based on our bus drivers. As you may know, we do have quite a few vacancies for bus drivers at this time, and I believe that that's not just us, that's across the state of Texas and probably the nation. We have two positions that we are focused on. We have bus drivers that drive 6 hours for us and bus drivers that drive 8 hours for us. Again, these are hard-to-fill positions, and we are recommending that their minimum, midpoint, and maximum be adjusted within that same pay grade to be a little bit more, should I say, competitive with the districts nearby. We did review those numbers from other districts to see what was being, what we were up against, right, what we're competing with. And so these are the recommended new pay ranges that we're recommending, and you see an estimated cost. We do have, like I said, 51 bus drivers that are with us for 6 hours, and we have 3 that are with us for the 8. On page 25 is our next recommended change, which is the college readiness specialist. Currently, the college readiness specialist is located in pay grade 1. The recommended change is that it go to pay grade 2. Again, this is a hard-to-fill position, and we're trying to entice our great educators that this is the way to go, but we would want them to be compensated appropriately. And so the change that you see there, again, is a difference between increases at one pay grade versus the increase in 2 in the other pay grade. So that's why it looks kind of small, but it would help us also in hiring new people in that position. Number 6, you can find that change on pages 30 and 31. This is the Director of Energy Systems and Maintenance and Operations. And what we're recommending is that those 2 positions be eliminated and that we have a new position called Executive Director of District Facilities, and reclassify that new position from pay grades 204, which is where the other 2 positions were, to the new pay grade of 207. We would, of course, be following the compensation plan protocols in adjusting for the new duties that this position would be having, and you have an estimated cost there. And you can see some of the new duties would be supervising energy systems, maintenance and operation, construction, and custodial departments.
I had a question, ma'am. On that Executive Director of District Facilities, who would they report to now with the title change?
To Dr. Sergio Garcia.
Okay.
Okay. Going on to our next change, number 5, we have recommended stipend increases. And you're going to see these changes on pages 18 and 19. So the first one is stipend increases recommended for the bilingual ESL department chairs. So they receive their stipend based on the number of teachers that they supervise. So that's why you see 3 different numbers on the first one. And then the recommendation is going to 900, 1610, and 2200. The recommendation from our director is that to align the bilingual department chairs with other department chairs that are currently receiving the higher amount. And you can see the estimated costs there provided to you. Next, we have the University of Texas On-Ramps Dual Enrollment Program. The recommendation is that our teachers teaching in this program receive $350 per semester per section. The district will be reimbursed for these funds, so it's at no cost to the district, and we recommend that for those teachers. We also have a recommended change that you see on page 18 for AP teacher stipends. Currently, we do provide stipends to AP teachers in the area of math and science. And so the recommendation is that we provide stipends to all AP teachers, including English, history, math, and computer science, sciences, world languages and cultures, and art. And that would be $700 per section, and you see the estimated costs there. We also have on page 19 Performing arts stipend recommendations. These increases are recommended by our former fine arts director, Mr. Bissett. I also visited with our current fine arts director, Mr. Fernandez, and these are the recommendations coming forward. You see those on page 19, and you see the estimated cost there as well. Finally, we have recommended changes to the game worker pay scale. I'd like to draw your attention to page 23. On page 23, you'll see recommended changes to events at Bobby Lackey Stadium. And there's certain designated events that they're recommending a $5 increase. And that would be to the chain crew, the ticket sellers, the ticket takers, and the ushers. And then on page 24, I apologize, I know that that's a little bit difficult to read, but we'll try to get a better version of that. On page 24, you see athletic game worker pay scale recommendations. We have cheer. Cheer is new to our list. It wasn't on there last year. And so they're recommending to add cheer for $100 per tryout. For volleyball, they're recommending a change from $30 to $50 per event. Before, we had announcer and music. Graphics has been added to this now. I imagine that the new equipment they're using requires the knowledge of graphics. And so that is also true for our basketball games. And so that's the reason for the recommended increase. For powerlifting, this is also one that is new to our scale, so it wasn't in our compensation plan last year. And the cost for that is $150 per event. And then for track, backup starter fee, again, this is a new fee. It was at $125, it's now at $150 per event. And the last item on the list is recommended additional travel allowance requests. We have 3 positions. The first is the Director of Parent and Family Engagement. The second is Director of Safety and Security. And the third is the Director for Counseling, College, Career, Military Readiness. And that would be a travel allowance of $500 per month for each of those positions. And you see a total estimated cost based on the recommended changes, and we'll be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Sevilla, you had a question?
Wow, a lot of information. My first one is page 25, Gear Up. They're going from 101 to 102 now?
So, Gear Up, actually, you'll see on 101 that we have Gear Up Facilitator. They're at 197 days, and that's crossed out, and there's a 212. I apologize, but I neglected to draw the red line through the second Gear Up position that you see in 102, but that's the one that we said that we wanted to remove from our list because we're not using it anymore. So that second Gear Up that you see
So
under
102 is
102
gonna be removed?
is going to be removed.
So why are they going backwards? Why, let me ask you this, first of all. Gear Up facilitators, are they being paid as teachers, or are they being paid, based on this, it makes it look like they're counselors?
Well, Gear Up facilitators are not being paid off of the teacher scale. They're being paid off of this scale. And I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, that all our Gear Up facilitators are in pay grade 101. I don't believe that we have any in 102. I don't know if that was something left over from a previous report and it hadn't been changed, but they're in 101.
Mrs. Vargas, up until, this past summer, Gear Up facilitators were being paid as on a teacher scale, on the 187 teacher scales, while having a master's, while being designated as, or being recognized, identified as counselors. they were being paid as teachers. So, from what you're telling me right now, they are no longer on a 187 teacher scale. They are on a 101 counselor scale.
They were, and I'm sorry because I don't know that history. According to this, last year, we're on a 197-day calendar. So teachers are on 187, they were on 197. And the recommendation is that they now go to 212. So a few additional days there as well.
But they're no longer,
They're not on the teacher
They're not
scale.
on the teacher.
No.
on the teacher level, teacher scale.
No.
But they're working more days, so it's still the same, they're still getting paid,
Yes, absolutely,
Less.
for those extra days.
actually.
Hi.
No.
15 days.
So in regards to the Gear Up facilitators, they were never on the teacher pay scale. Ever since we received the grant initially, they were on pay grade 101, being paid 197 days. And we're transitioning it to 212 to be in similar as the high school counselors, because they're in the high school level now.
Okay, Megan, but, I mean, every single one I spoke to told me
They might have been teachers, and then they transitioned into this position, but they didn't stay in the teacher pay scale.
You just said that they're getting paid as the high school counselors, but that's 102.
No, their days are being reflected as a high school counselor.
Oh, you just said they're being paid
No.
like the high school
To
counselors.
be reflected as the same number of working days.
Did they know they were not on a teacher scale? And instead
No, they-
were on
they
this pay
were-
structure?
They were informed by
They
the
were on a
previous
teacher scale?
HR director, they were on a teacher scale while having a master's, while
Counselor certificate.
performing more duties or whatever, or counselor, but they were on a teacher scale. And the only thing that they did different was, okay, well, we're just gonna give you 10 extra days, but you're still at the teacher scale.
So as far as I know, they were never on the teacher pay scale. They were probably in the teacher pay scale, and then when they transitioned to the Gear Up counselor, then we moved them to the educational administrative pay scale.
Can I add a little bit? A part of the process in our guidelines that our compensation plan provides is that when a teacher goes to another position, I'm leaving the teacher profession and going to an administrative, or in this case, a Gear Up facilitator position, one of the things that we do is that, as per the compensation plan, you roll in whatever stipends they have, and you use that in going into their new pay for the new pay grade. So if we look up the moving of a teacher, if you give me just a second, I can look it up for you here in our compensation plan. That might be what they're remembering, that those stipends are rolled into their teacher pay when we're deciding increases. It's not just going to be what they were being paid as a teacher, but if they had stipends on top of that, we include that, and then the additional change when they're moving to that new pay grade is on top of that.
And I
So
think-
it should have been rolled into that when they moved.
I think, Mr. Trevino, because they started at the middle school originally, they
Yes.
followed that
They
group.
followed the cohort.
Correct. And now, the last 2 years, they've been in the high school now. So in order to, I guess what Mr. Trevino is saying, they should be probably in the 102 to match up with the high school counselors, correct? That's what you were saying?
That's what I was saying.
That's one thing, but here, and I distinctly remember speaking to one of them, you know, she shared with me that they were being paid based off of your 2020, 2021 teacher scale. They were making about $60,000 as a Gear Up facilitator for 17 years, approximately. This is an approximate. So looking at the scale here, obviously now looking at with the increase of $2,000 increase, they were being paid off this scale right here, off a teacher scale. So we don't continue on this, Doctor. Can you please verify that tomorrow?
Yes,
and
I
look at
was
that?
noting here that we will go back and verify and just check all of our Gear Up facilitators to make sure that they were not on the teacher scale and that they were getting paid accordingly. So we'll look into that and provide you an update.
Okay, thank you, yes.
I was
then,
gonna ask,
I guess I'll keep going. My next one is, let's look at page 35. I want to make sure, here, your secretaries for the accelerated learning programs, I'm looking at the hourly, annual, and so forth. Looking at all this information and looking at the maximum amount, I want to make sure, because I know this is a fairly, I know they're going to get paid based off 3 years, but I just want to make sure that this job grade here, based off of their levels, because they have levels, correct? Level 1, level 2, or for paraprofessionals for secretaries?
I think if there's levels that you would see it listed here,
There's-
so in
there's-
this case, it would just be
305,
the
306.
Secretary for Accelerated Learning Programs.
So it's a 305 and all those?
305 is the pay grade
I just
that
want to
they're
make
in.
sure that these new, or this position here doesn't come in and trump some of the other teachers, or, excuse me, some of the other secretaries that we have currently working. I know there's some discrepancies there, and I want to make sure everything aligns and is fair, and we don't have large discrepancies on the pay for secretaries. I still have a problem with like I mentioned before, you have your high school secretaries, you have your middle school secretaries, they work from this time to this time, yet the ones over here work the same amount, the ones here at the central office work the same amount of time, but their gap in pay is so much different. There's such a big difference there. I'd like to know why that is.
So I just want to reiterate to make sure that we understand the question. So looking at pay grades 305, they all have the same minimum, midpoint, and maximum. The only difference you're seeing is the number of days that they're working, right? Some of them work 230 days, some 226, some 220. But your question is how this group compares with, say, a group at 307 or 308 pay grade? Is that what your question is?
Yes.
like 312, I think he means 312.
Yes, like
Okay.
305 versus 312.
So each of these pay grades is a higher pay grade. So you're going to see the difference in the minimum, midpoint, and maximum in comparison to a 312 versus a 305. So just like we have in the administrative positions, if you have an assistant superintendent, they're going to be at a higher minimum, midpoint, and max rather than an assistant principal. So that's kind of like
Yeah,
the
but-
same
but-
idea here, but we can certainly study that group and make sure that they're appropriately placed.
Yes, because, I mean, the example you just gave me, I mean, we're not comparing apples to oranges, it's apples to apples. You have an administrator that has the bachelor's, master's, principalship, and all those certifications, probably even an assistant superintendency certificate. And then you have whatever example you gave me.
Sure.
They have similar qualifications, and here in this, you're not going to have that. You're not going to have somebody, or at least you wouldn't think so, with a bachelor's degree as a secretary, being paid so much more. I mean, you're just not going to have, that's not a common practice to see. So that's what I want to make sure, because to me, they're performing very similar job descriptions.
So,
I think what he's
I'm
trying to say,
sorry.
like the minimum, if you compare the minimum between the both, there's like a $30,000 difference in starting at the minimum. So that's I think why he's saying there's that, like the discrepancy, like, for one pay grade, their minimum versus the minimum at 312 is like 30,000.
And Ms.
So-
Vargas, we can study.
Absolutely.
We can study and evaluate that with others, right? So we can.
Yes. And Ms. Vargas, I'm not trying to, I know you just stepped into this, position here, and you're assisting us in everything, but those are just some of the questions and concerns
Sure.
that stand out for me.
Absolutely, and
Right.
that certainly will be something noted, and we will certainly study that group.
I have several questions also. I had already been kind of studying this compared to last year. And I was given a sheet comparing our positions to other districts. And the one that caught my attention was this Coordinator Dyslexia 504 RTI, because a lot of other districts, this is its own program, away from special ed. A lot of people think, oh, it goes under special ed, it's the umbrella. But I have a sheet where several other districts have their own director of Dyslexia 504 and RTI, because it's a whole program. So why is it at 105 and not at 106? Because the director for special ed is at 108. So why do we not have a director, like all the other districts, for these programs at 106? Because if I look closely, I was kind of analyzing. Curriculum you have a director of curriculum at 108, our executive director of curriculum at 108, and then it backtracks to 106, director of curriculum.
And we can go that route. We can go and seek a director position for RTI 504 and dyslexia. But my recommendation as interim superintendent would be to open it up.
Okay.
And because it's going from whatever position we have right now, teacher supervisor, to a director position. So
Right.
in the best interest of the district, it would be
Right.
at this time to open it up. So that's something we could entertain. The logic behind it, and of course, it's administration's recommendation on the organizational structure of any CNI program. So in this case, you have special education as the department, right?
Right.
So we have the director, and then the vision for us was, and that's why we're bringing this forward as the recommendation, you have the director, you have a coordinator that would coordinate those programs, those three programs, right? Because there is a need, I do agree with that. And then we even said there's a dire need to meet the needs of our special education students who receive that service. So we envisioned, let's provide an additional allocation for our special education department, and we said, let's provide a special ed strategist to work specifically with the teaching and instructional pieces of it. So that's an added team member to the special education department. So that was the administration's vision. But we can surely not do the special education strategist, and do instead the directors, the two directors, but my recommendation at this time would be to open it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, because I'm looking at, like, for example, 108, executive director curriculum, and then we go down to 106, director curriculum. So what is the difference? I mean, I'm sure they have a lot of things, each one, but what really is the difference between executive director, and then coordinator?
Well, an executive director, you are leading and managing directors.
We don't have a director for curriculum.
Right?
So we have a director for the directors.
We have the executive director for
We don't have
curriculum
a director
instruction.
for CNI.
Not a director for CNI.
We have an executive director. Okay, so it's just here, the position is here, but there's nobody there.
That is correct.
So I saw several positions that didn't have people. For example, I saw the assistant athletics director also. I said, I don't think there's an assistant athletics
Correct.
director, right?
And I did charge the team to clean it up.
Yes.
Yeah, I see several here that I said, no, this doesn't exist. Another one that I have last year's compensation plan. And if I look at 207 and 206, because I thought we had cleaned this up, but the executive director of employee benefits risk management is at 207, but last year it was at 206, next to the director of human resources and director. So it moved to 207.
What page?
You're saying,
On page
Mrs. Frederick
31.
said last year, the executive director of employee
Yes, I
benefits
have
and
the
risk management was in 206 pay family?
Right.
Okay, I don't have a history on that.
But it's,
Ms. Rios and I had the same question.
Uh-huh.
We did review the paperwork behind it, that when the change occurred, and this is what we saw, that's why it was placed there, but we can certainly review and make sure it's correct again. But
Okay.
we had the same question.
I think it changed when there was a title change, wasn't it? That's when they moved pay scales, when there was a title change.
No.
Under
It's
the
still
previous
like-
administration, right?
Still executive, I'm looking at it right here, on my Executive Director for Employee Benefits Risk Management, 206. And right here, it's at 207, that's what I'm saying, did we shift things around but didn't forget to put the red line and move them to the blue, maybe?
We will double check it, again, we did check it, and we will make sure that it is correct.
Okay, and
I think
then,
that 1 year, there was various title changes to
Yeah.
different positions, from directors to executive directors and so forth and so on.
yeah,
And originally, actually, we had an assistant athletic director in place a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
But he resigned, so the
Yeah.
position is still there.
I know, I can't say. No, nothing. Okay. Ma'am, one of the things I wanted to say is, I know we've been talking about it, but I think we really need to move forward and go with TASB, just to kind of clear the air, because there are some concerns where staff feels that maybe pay scales aren't appropriate, either they're too low, they're too high. And I think that to be transparent with our staff, if we were to move forward, I think the investment in contracting out with TASB to do a pay scale study would benefit everyone. I know that under a previous superintendent, we had talked about it, and the cost seemed fair for the size of our district, and I think it would ease a lot of staff knowing exactly where they fall in the market, and for what their value and what they're bringing to the table, that they're being paid appropriately.
Yes, and that's now the practice that we're using with these
With
new.
TASB, correct.
TASB.
We're always checking with with TASB, and so we can.
And I know it's been a few years since the district has done one.
2013.
We can.
2013.
Yeah.
And
It was the last-
typically, the recommendation is about every 5 years.
Right.
To look at them, so I agree that it would be a
Yes.
good idea for us to go through a salary study.
Yes, thank you, Mr. De Los Santos, we'll do that.
another question, are all the people in the 100s certified educators? And then the people in the 200s, usually that doesn't require a certification? Is that what the difference is between the 100s and the 200s?
On the 200s, SBEC certification would not be required.
Right, and the 100s?
On the 100s, I'm looking at, most of them are going to require an SBEC certification. The ones who do not, they still work in the educational side of the house versus the other's going to work with the business side of the house or operations, HR, things like that.
Okay, because I do see some positions here that I know it's not certified position, and it is in the 100s.
Right.
So that's my concern.
For example, an athletic trainer isn't going to have an SBEC certificate. They do work on the educational side of the house, and they do have, not a certificate, but they have a license.
But their
there-
duties
Right, there
are-
might be some like that, but they still work in the educational side of the house, and they're professional, so this is where they would belong.
Okay.
I had another question. In regards to the travel stipend, travel allowances, a two-part question. It's $500 per month for $6,000 a year that these individuals will be getting for the travel allowance. I'm assuming fuel, gas. What is the exact definition? I don't know if I can say it. Well, let me think of how I can word it in the right way. Well, I can't, that's legal. Okay. What is the definition of the travel allowance, and does it cover travel to conferences and trips or is it just travel to work? Because if the situation may be that these individuals are getting $6,000 a year, but yet they're still getting flights, renting vehicles, or whatever the case may be, well, that would go against the travel allowance. So what is the true definition? Is this just for daily getting to work? Or is the travel allowance actually for them for when they go on a trip?
We did discuss that, and Ms. Vargas, if you could please clarify.
Sure. My understanding is that this is for
Intra-district?
Intra-district. So traveling from campus to campus, or traveling to central office, or doing home visits, or things like that, that is what this would be covering.
Well, this goes by the second part of my question then. Because if we go back and look at the list, some of the people that get a travel allowance, they don't drive. They don't leave their office. They work in an office
And
setting.
that's accurate. That's accurate.
And
Mr.
that's something that
Representative.
needs to be looked at as well, because I can understand some individuals that do have, because if you look at $500 a month, that comes out to about $125 a week in fuel. That's a lot of driving.
Absolutely,
Yes.
we can look into that and make sure that the positions that are getting travel allowances indeed travel.
Right.
That's what it's for.
Yes, please.
And that's something we can bring to the board
Correct.
as an amendment to the compensation plan, as far as the proposed amount and so forth. Should you and administration recommend to decrease the amount, the allowance, then that's something that we can entertain.
Another thing, Ms. Vargas, I know that we just hired an occupational therapist. Where is that position here? Maybe I'm missing it. I don't see it.
What position?
Under
Occupational therapist?
102?
102, it is
Yes.
there? Okay. Ah, I see it now. Okay, there it is.
On page
Page 26, found it. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mrs. Vargas, just to clarify, on page 16, the new teacher pay scale, when we give raises, annual raises, this pay scale is just for a new teacher that's being hired, correct?
Absolutely.
So I've been asked, so we have a teacher that's already hired, and they're going from year 2 to year 3. This increase doesn't take into effect for them. It's whatever pay raise we give.
So this is specifically for hiring of new teachers.
New teacher.
I believe that the recommendation brought forward to the board was a $2,000 increase for our teachers. So
Yes,
whatever
straight
they are
across.
currently on as their base pay, then they would receive, if approved, $2,000 above that.
Thank you.
And then we don't obviously have the ACE program anymore, correct? But it's still on here, so that's something that we have to get rid of, the 21st century ACE program? Okay,
We apologize for that.
it's okay, I'm just making sure.
The other one is your assistant superintendent. What page was that? Page 31, I think.
31.
You're under 208, your assistant superintendent of business and finance. That no longer, it's not, does it have the same title?
That's Mr.
or-
Sanchez.
Yes, but I thought it changed in name.
I believe
like
that's what
in
it changed to.
March or April. Executive, it didn't change? Okay.
Stayed the same.
And that usually is an assistant superintendent position in a large, in a
I've heard
6A,
assistant
5A.
superintendent or CFO, right?
Yes,
Chief
or
financial
CFO.
officer as
Therefore,
well.
that's what I thought it had changed to,
Oh, okay.
but I guess.
And we had said on job grade 204, because I see that they're both, there's two that are marked out in red, Director Energy Systems, Director of Maintenance. They're both marked out, and those two duties are being given to Executive Director of District Facilities?
Correct.
Okay.
Page 19, your performing arts stipend recommendations. I noticed some of these increases, were substantial, and then others were very minimal. Like your head high school orchestra director, to $500. Or there was a $500 increase and the other one $890. What did we base the increases by?
Dr. Garcia and Mr. Fernandez are here, they can help us with that.
God bless you.
Good evening. Mr. Trevino, in answer to your question, what we did is we went ahead and compared it to other school districts in the region. Actually, Mr. Bissett, before he left, he is the one who provided me with this report, and he and the band directors got together and looked at, okay, what would be reasonable to increase According to them, they had not received a stipend increase in 10 years. So we looked at it and said, okay, what would be a good increase for the department, for the sub-disciplines under fine arts?
Okay.
So he compared it to other districts and see, and I think and I asked him the same question, and he said, well, sometimes what happens is that it depends on the enrollment in those programs in the schools, so obviously if the enrollment is in that program is smaller, well then, that's how we determine whether it's going to be a substantial increase or not.
I think, and then Dr. or Sergio, or
Yes.
Dr. here, Garcia, I think we need to look at, because a lot of these, like your dance teams, your dance instructors, they're active year-round, or the full year. It's not just during the fall or during the spring. So I think that's something that needs to be considered, because if you divide this up by the time, and they're not just participating in one sport, or one event, they're throughout, football, and then they go into basketball, and then they go into, I'm sure that maybe not track, but maybe baseball. I don't know how far into the spring they go, but they also have their competitions that need to be taken into consideration. So looking at some of these stipends that they're under, I would hope that we could increase those a little bit more, and just look at those, not just look at the whatever was provided to you, but you yourself see, just see what Donna pays, or comparing districts around here. Maybe Donna, maybe Harlingen, since we do play Harlingen. What are they paying? What is Donna paying on some of these? And not just base it off of, I'm sure Mr. Bissett did his homework, but I would like for us to
Correct.
verify some of that information.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, and thank you for your support on that. I absolutely agree. Like I said, I guess I'm thinking, according to Mr. Bissett and the fine arts, or the band directors, it had been quite a while since they received a stipend increase.
Yeah.
So that's why I wanted to bring it forth to, on the compensation plan. But I totally agree. If we want great programs, we need to invest in our staff. I just want to just give you an example. 2 years ago, I was very disappointed that we lost 2 of our mariachi directors, and they were really bringing our program up, and they left because, they got a really good offer somewhere else. So I totally agree, and I appreciate your support on that.
That's a shame.
Coach, do you mind? I just want to make sure you clarify what Coach Trevino is saying and what you said. You said based on the number of students. Although Weslaco High may have more students, the recommended is for even across the board. Correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah, for both campuses. And that's one of the very important points that I always try to make to everyone, is that we need to be, consistent and fair to both schools across the board. So that's very important to me. That's very important to Mr. Fernandez. And that was very important to Mr. Bissett as well. We're always looking at that. It's very important.
I did get some not concerns, but just voicing their feelings from the drill team and the color guard, the starlets and the dreamettes. It's year-round, it's not just temporary. All year, they're competing, they're dancing, so they did give me a comparison of what Weslaco pays compared to the other districts, and we were quite low compared to everybody else. So, yes, it's good that we're already increasing, but thank you for looking into this and trying to help them out.
Yes.
Because it's year-round.
Thank you. And just so that I can add to that, Ms. Ustaita, is that my understanding is that the drill teams, they were actually under the campus, if I'm correct, Ms. Morales? They were under the campus, so what we decided to do is to bring them onto the fine arts program, because that way they can be included in the increases in the stipends, because I'm not sure at the campus level, if they were being given an increase or not. So I said, you know what, let's bring them in, because really they should be under fine arts, so.
Right.
And that way we can also, recommend again the increases on the stipend. So I have had communication with Ms. Rico at Weslaco High. She brought those same concerns to me, and I was happy to inform her that they were going to get an increase this year. So she was very happy about that.
And I know Mr. Fernandez, we just met this last week, so I was really excited to meet him, because fine art is huge for me. And of course, if everybody here knows me, the mariachi is even huger for me. I'm a big mariachi fan. And I was looking at this mariachi director position. My concern with this, because there's so many different instruments in mariachi, right? You have trumpets, guitarras, guitarrones, they're all different skills. But we have one person, violins, one person trying to teach all the instruments, and that one person does that for the junior high and the high school, right? So I wanted, just in the future, just for planning purposes, what we can do, because there's some really awesome award-winning, like Mr. Gonzalez or somebody mentioned it, award-winning programs out there, and they bring in revenues to the district, and they're awesome. So if we could work on our program and have somebody help out, because it's tough. I remember when I was back in the day, when I was in school, we would borrow from the orchestra, the violins. The band, I play the trumpet. They borrowed me from the band to come play trumpet in mariachi. So they would borrow. And now it's different. Now you take the mariachi class and you learn your instrument there. You're not borrowing people anymore, right? So it's hard for one person to do all that.
Absolutely. We're going to look at that. Thank you, Mr. Steichen.
Okay.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, so, and the follow off of what Jackie was talking about, that's really what I was looking at, since the drill team, the color guard, I don't know about your theater arts, I don't know if they're year-round, if they go out and I think more for your drill team, do they follow the same UIL guidelines, students need to be passing and so forth and all that, correct?
Yes.
I do.
So I would like to see if we can look at that and increase it just a little bit more. I notice they're at 2,500, the next one after that would be 2,800. How is that? Your high school, middle school dance instructor, and then you have a drill team instructor. There's even a difference there, 2,800 and 2,500.
Yes, sir. We can study it again, Mr. Trevino. Like I said, we were trying to be, a little, conservative. For lack of a better word, because, I also didn't want to come in and say, we want this much. But,
And I'd like to
absolutely,
add-
I'm not going to say no to, our fine arts program is, and can be a lot better, but the past 4 years under the direction of Mr. Bissett, they did amazing this year, both band directors, the mariachi, the dancers, they're always out there. So, I appreciate, you don't know how happy that makes me.
And I know we want to give money to everybody, and if we could, we would do a lot of things. But also, now that you said mariachi, there was one thing. Trajes for middle school and high school, because the kids were out there wearing T-shirts and jeans at their performances last year. And I know that they're pricey, but it looks presentable to have a mariachi with a uniform. It doesn't look like a mariachi, they're not in uniform. I don't know how the budget looks for that, but it's something really, really to look into, to have that more presentable.
And I'd like to add about theater arts. We do have to remember that high school, we do have one-act play, and that is quite a number of hours as far as for the one-act play, theater arts folks.
Okay.
After school, and it's just like all your other UIL activities, right, that they put in the time, and so don't forget about one-act play with our theater arts folks.
Right.
Okay.
Mr.
I
Garcia.
was just wondering if they were year-round or not.
Mr. Garcia.
May I address the board?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Valdez, Mr. Cuellar, and the esteemed board, it's a pleasure and an honor to stand before you. Thank you for giving me this privilege. Mr. Trevino, one of the things that we did in our side-by-side study and observed that's not reflected here in this diagnosis is that a lot of the school districts are supplementing extra days as well.
Okay.
So to echo your comment, this is merely just a stipend. What we've done in our side-by-side comparison and what we acknowledged was that there were also extra days being afforded to our sponsors and our coaches in addition to these proposed stipends. So we could bring that back and we can introduce that as another element and provide that recommendation as an extra element to add into this proposal that we're putting forth before you.
Yes, no,
Yes,
that's
sir.
a great recommendation there.
Mr. Garcia, before you go on, and I know ag falls under you as well,
Yes, sir.
and our ag teachers are phenomenal at both campuses.
I agree.
And if you compare and do the study, they are way on the low end. Again, days or higher stipend pay, but I need you to please bring it to the board so we can review.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
A lot of hours.
A lot of hours.
And then, Dr. Valdez, while we're on stipend, I don't have any questions for Dr. Garcia, but, some of the concerns that obviously we lose in the fine arts, we also lose on the athletic side of things. And Coach Jesse was kind enough to put some numbers together from surrounding districts, whether it's in days or in pay from the middle school all the way up to the high school. I know that it's on here what we have in front of us, but maybe taking a look at maybe increasing the stipends from Group 1 to Group 8, like Coach Nieto had said. Maybe we can come up with a dollar amount, and then Group 10 para arriba, go up a little higher, because our athletic trainers are way behind, our middle school's way behind, our freshman coaches are way behind. I know we just got Mr. Freddie on board.
Yes.
And it's a hard task to put on him right now, but it's something that we desperately need to look at.
And thank you for that, Mr. Gonzalez. Coach Rodriguez and I have already started the talks as far as evaluating the athletic stipends. And so we will bring forward to you, should we, because of course he just came on board, we're going to start that work. And so once we're ready to present, we'll bring it to you. And again, if we should, need an amendment to the compensation plan, then we'll seek your approval for that.
Yes.
Because one of the discussions on the athletic stipends was a comparison to see if we were at least matching.
Correct.
Or not a little bit above the market, right?
Yes.
That's something that was discussed
Yes.
before.
Now, and from
And
the study, and from all this information, and Mr. Rodriguez, I meant to get this to you, and you can have my copy here after tonight, or I don't know if Dr. Valdez shared with you.
I did.
But your trainers, our trainers are out there every single day. They jump from season to season to season, and they are very minimally compensated compared to a lot of the other surrounding districts. And there's some comparison numbers there that we shared. There's some thoughts there that we shared, so we would like for you guys to consider increasing that amount, that stipend amount, and then like Mr. Gonzalez brought up, for your sports, there's a significant difference there, and even despite our programs excelling and kicking butt out there in all the sports and so forth, we still lose quality coaches to other programs, to other surrounding cities because of the pay. And I think that's something that we really need to look at and implement immediately. That way we can, continue to make sure we compensate our coaches. I think it's been 6, 7, 8 years since the last increase that was given for athletics. And just everything else, but.
Mr. Trujillo, yeah, I agree with you 100%. Andrew, thank you for bringing it up, but I did meet with Dr. Valdez, and we did get the TASB report, so we're looking into it. And yeah, our coaches deserve it. They work long hours along with our trainers, just like all the awesome people here in this district, so we'll look at it.
Thank you.
And I think all of us are in agreement, because most of us have coached or been part of athletics and understand what coaches go through. So you have our support.
Thank you.
Good. I just wanted to provide some clarification on a question that was asked earlier. On the job grade 305 for the Secretary for Accelerated Learning programs, that position is not going to be filled. So that's one that we'll clean up from there. We had the previous secretary did apply for another internal position they had within the district, and she was recommended for that position at one of our campuses. So that position is not going to be filled. We're going to be working with our secretary through Title I programs. Okay, so through federal programs. So just to provide clarification, because I know that question was asked. Also, I do want to piggyback after what Dr. Valdez was talking about when we're looking at some of these recommendations, and thank you for your recommendations and some of the points that are being brought forth. We were looking at the job grades and the several positions, and we were looking at a lot of the pros and cons, but we'll continue to reevaluate it and see what we're looking at and what's going to be in the best interest for our district moving forward. So again, we did have extensive discussions regarding several of those positions. We've been in discussions with that, but we'll come back and reevaluate and bring something back to the board, okay, on that. And also, I wanted just to add another clarification, and I wanted to clarify with Mr. Andres Sanchez on that. On the travel allowance, it is to and from work, but it also includes within the region across the valley. So it includes a lot of the travel. I know there's a lot of travel that goes up to Region 1, several other districts, so I just wanted to add that as well. Okay.
But I do want us to look at that closely, because I know,
Yes.
I know there's positions receiving this stipend that do not do this travel, do not make this travel, do not leave central office. And for whatever reason they were being rewarded with this stipend, while, just,
I think the concern, and also because, well, I'm just going to say, in the audit, we need to clarify as far as what the travel allowance is for.
Yes, it does.
If that's just for us, if that's just intra-district to get to campus, or whatever the case may be, okay, but like I said, there are some positions there that don't travel, and so that needs to.
The whole thing with the travel allowance is for the travel that is used on your personal vehicle.
Correct.
Right. A lot of people have that and use school vehicles, et cetera. So it doesn't really justify the wear and tear of a personal vehicle. And that travel starts not from your home to work. Once you get to work, from that point, traveling to Roma, traveling to Brownsville, traveling to Corpus, in your personal vehicle, and to cover the wear and tear. So that's really what it's for. So
that is correct, sir.
That's what we want to look at.
That is correct.
And like I said, and one of the things too, and I'm just going to put it out there, is that, we're not Houston, we're Weslaco, and the travel from one campus to the other, or whatever the case may be, you do the math, it's a lot. And but that's fine. It's already in place. But the main concern for me was just that you look at some of the positions, and that's some of the other concerns that came up in, like I said, in other areas, was that we have positions there that don't travel at all.
Correct.
And that needs to be looked at.
We can certainly
Absolutely.
do a study in comparison to other districts and the travel allowances that other districts provide and make a comparison.
Right.
Absolutely.
Good points.
To clarify, I'm just looking at everything. I'm looking at maintenance right now. I see a lot. I see two directors of maintenance, assistant director of maintenance, maintenance supervisor, maintenance foreman, maintenance manager. How many maintenance do we have? I started with 204, even though we crossed out 204. Now, but there's also another one at 410, who's the director of maintenance on 410. I just wanted to see if these are extra positions we have that we didn't cross out, or they really are there, or what? So it's it's the director of maintenance, and then it's another director of building maintenance at 410.
Were you done, Jackie?
Oh, they're looking into it. I was asking them, Coach.
Okay. I'm going to ask Mr. Sanchez a question here real quick.
I can show you later if you want.
410 was an old position, again, that needs to be cleaned up.
Okay.
And he's no longer with us, he's retired.
Okay, and then 409 is the assistant director, so we do have an assistant director of maintenance.
No.
That's also one that needs to be cleaned up?
Yes.
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 So
Okay.
going through this compensation plan, and we did discuss that as well, that there's some positions on here.
Okay.
That, we have to have some extensive discussions, because, again, we don't want to completely just eliminate them all
Right.
and then come back to the board and say, we need to add another job, create another job. and come ask the board again. So we want to make sure that we make well-informed decisions and look at those very carefully and make sure that if we're going to eliminate them from here, that, we don't want to come back to the board and ask for create another job.
But we did allocate funds for these positions, right?
Oh, correct.
Okay.
Because I know that one of the,
If they're here and if they were part of the plan, then yes, we have the funds for them. But there's some that do need to be cleaned up.
Okay.
No.
But we just didn't want to start scratching off and then come back to the board and say, we need another position and we already removed it because we're going to be going back and forth. It's just going to require some good discussions and really looking
I
at it.
have a $1 million question here, Mr. Aguilar.
Yes, sir.
Given the information you've had and everyone's recommendations and whatnot, is this item something that we need to approve tonight and then we're going to modify? Or are you going to go back, modify, and then present it again to be acted on? So we need to know. And the reason I ask is because I know you need to start getting ready for payroll and stuff like that, so.
Yes. The pay raises are based on the compensation plan approval. Some of these items are modifications that can be made later on. So I'd rather you approve it the way it is, with the statement that some items will be revised.
Okay.
And brought back to the board for approval, but approval as presented, with the condition that there are some changes that will be made. That way you approving already, that changes will happen. That way we get going with what we already know and make pay raises. Anything we need to adjust on stipends or something else, we'll discuss it with the board later on.
Okay.
Okay.
it's a working document we can modify as we go throughout the year as needed.
Yes, yeah, that can be done.
I'll make a motion to approve it.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Gonzalez and a second by Mr. Nieto?
Mr. Trevino.
Mr. Trevino, Mr. Trevino, okay. We have a motion and a second to approve the compensation plan for the fiscal year 2021, 2022. We've had a lot of discussion.
Coach Cuellar.
Yes.
Pending approval of the compensation plan, pending modifications.
Okay.
I'll adjust my motion to include the
Approval-
modifications of it.
Approval of the compensation plan pending the recommendations for modifications.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Coach.
Thank you, man. Okay, let's take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mr. Isidoro Nieto.
Aye.
Ms. Jackie Estrella.
Aye.
Coach Jackie Trevino.
Aye.
Dr. Jaime Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mr. Mark de los Santos.
Aye.
And Mr. Andrew Gonzalez.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries.
Coach Cuellar, I'm
Yes,
going to
sir.
abstain from the next item on the agenda,
Yes, sir.
okay?
Item 11, discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval to renew an agreement with the Boys and Girls Club of Weslaco ISD for school year 2021-2022. Dr. Valdez.
Yes, last year, the Boys and Girls Club, and in previous years, they've offered the Boys and Girls Club program at 4 campuses, and this is in school, during school time, Boys and Girls Club program, and they also offered the after-school at Memorial Elementary, Rodolfo Rudy Silva Elementary, PFC Mario Ibarra Elementary, A.N. Tony Rico Elementary, and so administration is recommending approval to renew the agreement with Boys and Girls Club of Weslaco for the school year 2021-2022.
I had do we go to vote or wait for discussion? Discussion?
We can discuss if you wish.
I had a question. Well, actually, it's 2. Actually, no, it's just 1. Okay, so we have 4 campuses that we're looking at contracting out with, and there's a certain cost per school. Because we're gonna pay this ourselves per school, but my question is, how many students do they serve? And like, how do those parents have the opportunity? That's what I'm going with, like, okay, because our schools are big. So, we're looking at a 900 student campus. How many slots are available at that price? And then how are those people selected? What opportunities do parents get? Is it first come, first served basis? Is it a lottery? How does that work?
Yes, Mr. De Los Santos, good evening.
Good
Yeah,
answer.
the Boys and Girls Club program, the way we have it is an instructional program. They use their Smart Moves curriculum that they have. And they interact with the classes, the elective classes that the elementary schools have.
Right.
So that is, I do not have a number of students, but we can get that for you. And as far as after school, there's something that they're doing this year, because last year we had the ACE program. They were
Right.
taking care of their after-school program. And I know I did confirm with Memorial Elementary, and they have 10 students enrolled. The parents will pay a fee to the Boys and Girls Club for that. And we only have those 4 schools because those are the ones we have. We have had them in other schools in the past, and sometimes staff from the Boys and Girls Club at the end of the school year will leave. The next year, they will send somebody, and then the schools will need to get adjusted to the new person. They will work with them. But eventually, some schools decide, no, I don't want the program anymore. So then we offer it to a couple other elementaries, and they will take it. So we rotated from schools, and the last 4 schools have been there for at least 3 years, like that.
Okay, so the other schools opted out. They didn't want
We
to
didn't
have
go to all of them,
services.
but we are, starting like.
Some will opt out.
Okay.
Yeah, some schools have opted,
All right.
yes.
And are we kept that at 4 schools? Is
Yes,
that the most we
4
can
schools, correct,
do?
yes. And the fee that we pay is for the program during the day, not for the after-school.
During the
Right.
day.
The after-school, they're doing it now, and they are charging the parents for that.
How much do they
Which
charge
is,
the parents, do you know?
I believe they charge $40 for the month,
40 for the month? Okay.
for per student. And that's something between the parent and the club, for being there after school.
And do they have to be pickup, or do we provide bus services?
Their pickup,
Their
But
pickup?
only at these schools.
only at these
Yes,
schools.
those
And I
schools,
had it for
correct.
7 years at Silva, and I mean, it was very effective, and part of the instructional day, it was part of the rotation, the elective rotation. And then the after-school, I mean, it's first come, first serve, and they do the intake, the Boys and Girls Club staff, and then sometimes they have a wait list, you know,
Right.
it's quite popular with parents.
What about
yeah,
this
that's one-
year? Is it beneficial with the pandemic and everything? I mean, are you going to see the
That's what I
numbers
was
in there?
That's what I was gonna ask, is it, right now with trying to eliminate all that extra socializing and so forth, and trying to keep everybody apart, is it something beneficial? And and again, for me, it's, we're only offering it to 4 schools. That's a concern to me. And then we're paying out $12,500 a month?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Plus, they also charge parents $40?
yeah. But that is for after school. The program,
after
the school ends at 3:45.
Different program.
And they work during the day, again. This is something
But it's not
extra.
during the day because it's after school.
No. The
That's-
program that we have here is during the day. The after-school came up this year.
So we're going to have outsiders come into our school district?
No, our own students, if they stay after school. And that got originated because the ACE program stopped. Last year, the ACE program was providing the after-school care for the children. They would, parents will go after 5 to pick up the kids at the school because the ACE program took care of them, providing them enrichment programs through the ACE program. We don't have it anymore. So now the Boys and Girls Club is offering that service. For school, they're offering at those 4 schools. We will have after-school
Now,
programs.
do they do background checks? Do they do all
Yes, they
all
do.
those
For the
things?
employee, they have, the contract states that they have to do that. Yes, they do.
Now, the Boys and Girls Club, obviously, it's like sports related and close contact with the kids. Is that what they're doing? Because I don't know if I want to encourage right now at this time, close contact between the kids and things like this.
No, the sports part does not come into this curriculum.
Okay, so what does this curriculum do?
Yeah, it's here on the contract.
I see sports and fitness.
Uh,
I mean, the less contact with the kids for me right now, the better.
The instruction during elective time, it's a rotation, as you would go, as if one class goes to PE, one goes to, we
Boys
call
and
it
Girls
smart
Club?
moves. We call it smart
Correct.
moves, so it's character education, that's what it's, the teaching and learning is happening there.
You know, it covers the arts and crafts, the health and the life skills, but to answer your question, Mrs. Ustaita, so right now, if we're going to have that extra individual assisting us through the Boys and Girls Club, it will lessen the load because you have that extra individual going through the rotations. So during this pandemic, it does serve a purpose to help lessen that load and help us with that social distancing piece along following that Smart Moves curriculum. that
Like
we
an
have on
extra
there.
PE class, but taking away load from.
Correct.
Right, it afforded me and the students an additional specialty area, elective. So it lightened the load for our PE coaches. You wouldn't have to double up, you'd
I'm really
have,
surprised the schools would opt out then if they would be told this, if you have an extra PE coach, oh, I would take it right away. Maybe the communication isn't too clear there about how we would use them during the day.
As long as we keep offering it to them, come back, and just let them know about it and maybe change up the rotation, give them that opportunity.
Correct,
for
to
some
the
of
other campuses. And we can work with our campus principals to get, follow up with them, see what their interest is and the need is and so forth, definitely. But we've been having these 4 campuses for the last few years, and that's the proposal that, is being brought forward, on behalf of administration to move forward with that. So it will help, when we're looking at the social distancing, providing those services as far as Smart Moves curriculum, that will support the instruction that we're going to be moving forward with. And we've discussed that with the principals.
So Dr. Valdez, when you had it, it was positive, it was,
yes, it was positive.
okay.
And it was open to, see, that was my concern, was just one, that every campus had an opportunity, whether they opt in or out, that's up to them. Two, is how many students do we serve after school? Because I know a lot of parents do need that do need that extra time. And then kids also, there's some parents and their kids that do want to have that social interaction and participate in those activities. So what is the number?
It would range after school, it would range like 40
100,
to 50.
150?
No more than 50, 60 students.
50 kids?
And it was really to help the working parent.
Right, and that's what I'm saying, like a
That
campus
was
like,
in a normal year, right?
that's what I'm saying, like a
During a
campus.
regular, normal, yes.
So maybe like half of
Pre-pandemic.
anything now? Okay.
So at 1,000 kids, and you have 50 slots, more or less, is that what you're saying?
And we can provide that in the board update, Mr. Los Santos, get you in some closer range numbers. We'll get with our principals to go ahead and give you that information.
And also on the Boys and Girls Club staff, right? You'd have that one director at the school, and then if he or she had support staff to accommodate those numbers, right?
So it's like so the 125,000 split up amongst the 4 campuses, that's just for another additional individual for physical or some enrichment
Correct.
that the kids
Yes.
rotate through
Yes,
during the day.
correct.
I move to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, we had a motion by Mr. Isidro Nieto
Yes.
and a second by Dr. Rodriguez.
Any more discussion?
Before we, I know we can discuss, we continue to discuss, because we know that I just want to clarify that this is not specific to just a certain group of campuses that were selected and others were left out. This is something that is optional. Everyone has a fair opportunity. And I know that we've been working with Boys and Girls Clubs for years and years and years and years. And it's been a positive thing. So with that being said, and the recommendation from administration, is there any further discussion?
For me, my concern is still the $40 a month that parents have to pay in addition. I know we used to service a facility at FAR, Boys and Girls Club, FAR, and kids show up there at their facility and nobody's being charged. So why are they charging our parents $40 per kid? Can you guys talk to them? I don't know if that's open for negotiation, where they can bring that fee down. That's a $40 a month, when any kid after school can show up at the Boys and Girls Club and obviously, these are elementary, so you're not gonna have kids go over there by themselves, but my point is, Boys and Girls Club is usually funded through a grant or whatever it may be. So why are they turning around and charging parents $40 per student per month? That's especially in some of our areas here in Weslaco. That's a hefty price to pay for services, for after-school services that I'm sure, what is it, 2 hours, per day, 4 to 6, or?
Till 5:30.
They had until 6 o'clock to pick them up.
6 o'clock?
6.
So that's my only concern, and then the selection process that was used to select these 4 schools. That's my other concern. And making sure that the following year, if this is the way it is, the next year, 4 new schools are offered, and then 4 new schools, and get a rotation instead of
Rotation.
making it optional. That way, it's open to everybody.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Wow.
And just
Very
to
good points. And we
piggyback
can,
off of him, the $40, if we do the math, 12,500 divided into 4 schools, and then it's 3,125 a month for each school, right? So I'm assuming that person, whoever's representing the Boys and Girls
Yes.
Club, is going to get paid that 3,000 some a month.
So-
Plus, they're making $40 per kid. So that's a really good deal they're getting. So if they could help us out, that would be great.
we will follow up with the director for Boys and Girls Club
Yeah.
and, provide some more clarification and get some more details
Yeah.
on the specificity behind the charge with the $40, and we'll provide an update to the board.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes.
And we will survey our principals, and we'll have more discussions
Yeah.
on the need and rotation moving forward.
As far as being a great program, definitely, I agree. I
Yeah.
just want to put it out there.
We want it to be a win-win for everybody.
Yes, sir,
Right.
absolutely.
I'm going for it just because Dr. Valdez said she's been a part of it, she's seen the success from it. So I can see, if she can vouch for it, again, my only concern is the $40.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And we'll look into it.
And that's a point we'll take. Okay, take it to vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mr. Isidoro Nieto.
Aye.
Ms. Jackie Sustaita.
Aye.
Jose Trevino.
Aye.
Dr. Jaime Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mr. Mark De Los Santos.
Aye.
And Mr., abstain. And, okay, motion carries. Item 12. Discussing a possible action for the board to consider approval of a transfer of surplus funds from the local maintenance fund balance to the debt service fund for the payment of fiscal year 2021, 2022 bond debt service. Dr. Valdez.
Yes, we are seeking your approval to authorize a transfer in the amount of $2 million to be made from Fund 199 to Fund 599. That's to transfer the necessary funds for payments that are going to be due during this budget year. Mr. Sanchez.
I make a motion to approve.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Mark De Los Santos and a second by Dr. Jaime Rodriguez to consider approval of a transfer of the surplus funds from the local maintenance fund balance to the debt service fund for the payment fiscal year 2021, 2022 bond debt service. Do we have any discussion? Okay, take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mr. Isidoro Nieto. Ms. Jackie Sustaita.
Aye.
Jose Trevino.
Aye.
Dr. Jaime Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mr. Mark De Los Santos.
Aye.
And Mr. Andrew Gonzalez.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Item 13, discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval of, 1, a date or dates for the payment of the ESSER 3 employee retention stipend, and 2, the employee cut-off hiring date to qualify for the employee retention stipend, and 3, requirements for continued employment with the district after receiving the stipend payment. Dr. Valdez.
On June 14th, 2021, the Board of Trustees approved for all regular district employees to receive a $3,000 retention stipend. That's to be paid with ESSER 3 funds that were received by the district. The board did request that we poll or survey the employees when they would want to receive the retention stipend, and 51.6% of the votes casted preferred a one-time payment to be executed in September of 2021. And so we have Mr. Sanchez here available for any questions, so it's up to
Motion
you
to
to
approve.
decide when to disperse and execute
Make a
the
motion
payment.
to approve on the one-time payment based on the poll and survey that was given out to
I'll second.
our
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Gonzalez and a second by Mr. Los Santos to accept the one-time payment as
Can I make a comment
Hold on.
before you vote on it?
Hold on.
Wait.
He's got the floor.
Okay,
With the president.
according to that. Now, there's three parts to this
Me too.
agenda item.
That's what I'm getting.
Okay, we made a motion to part one. Are we gonna vote on three separate parts to this, or what?
Well, that's what I wanted to say. We have three sections, and each section has several options. And on that one, on the one, I call it 1A, you're recommending to go with September, pay in September.
Okay,
I had mentioned a couple of other options, the monthly, semi-monthly, but the last item, 1D, says for the employee to select which one they want. That way, if I want it monthly and he wants it September, we both can get what we want. That means employees that may be getting ready to retire in 3, 4, 5 years, they may want it monthly so they can add it to their retirement benefits when they retire. Somebody said, no, I want it now. So an employee can select. My recommendation would be to go with D. For the employees, if they want it in September, they get it in September. They want it monthly, they want it monthly. We would do a survey. I spoke to technology, payroll department, and employee would say, this is my name, my employee ID number, my department or school, and I want this method. We get the survey from everybody, then we say, okay, this many people want it in September, they will get it in September. If people want it monthly, we put it on the check monthly. That way everybody gets the best of it in. They want the one in September, get it in September. They want the one in monthly, get it monthly.
Okay,
Right.
so then I'll remove my motion
Okay.
and go based on Mr. Sanchez's recommendation of some employees wanting it monthly and some wanting it all up front in September. So I'm
Yeah,
okay.
so we're gonna rescind the vote. Is everybody in agreement with the rescind? And do we accept the explanation that Mr. Sanchez has now given the employee the option of receiving it in a lump sum, which is very favorable, because,
Right.
okay, I think it seems to be the most fair option. So,
52%, yeah, chose the one.
given that information, do we have a motion to
I already made it.
approve? Okay,
Second.
Mr. Gonzalez approves, and a second by Mr. Los Santos.
Yes.
And do we want to bring it to a vote?
I have a concern here.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I notice here on number 2, and prior, working as of or prior to June 30th, 2021. It was brought to my attention, or Ms. Ustaita, from talking earlier today, was talking about this being used not just as a retention stipend, but also as a recruitment. So, especially right now when we have teachers, not as much right now anymore, but in August, it was very competitive out there. We were trying to hire as many teachers as possible, and we were very fortunate to bring some on. Why exclude them? I would like to move that date to August 30th instead of June, because of, Jackie, if you could share some more information on.
Yes, we were just looking into their ESSER grant and how it should be used or how it can be used and researching that. And it does say recruitment/retention stipend, which at the very beginning when we talked
Sure.
about this, we mentioned that, but somehow along the way it just got cut off to retention, and recruitment stayed out of the
Retention.
whole conversation. But it was mentioned since the beginning, recruitment/retention stipend. And I was telling him, this ESSER is for the coming year, 21-22. So yes, we're trying to recruit teachers, hey, come to Weslaco. And that was the whole thing on the social media, oh, FAR is giving this much and San Benito is giving this much. Look at how much Weslaco is giving for teachers. It was to recruit also teachers to come teach with us. So that was the whole point of the ESSER, to recruit/retain our teachers. And like I said, this grant is to be used for this coming year, and we have new teachers who are going to be here with us this coming year. So it was just a topic of conversation. And I don't know if the way you guys worded it on this agenda item, is it going to be 2 motions?
Well-
One for number 1 and then one for number 2? And then one for number 3?
It could be a 3-part motion that we do for construction, with method of construction, that we say this method, and we delegate to the administration to do the ranking of the board does it and approve the criteria. It could be something like that.
Okay, so right now we just approved number
We
one,
can
and then
discuss-
we'll move on to number two.
I know that we had discussed you're right, we did discuss the recruitment option, but at the time, I'm remembering that the number was unpredictable because of the vacancies and also retirements and resignations. So when Mr. Garlick was trying to come up with his budget into the different areas, the recruitment stipend, I remember, was pulled because of the unpredictability on the size of the amount. And they were designating amounts in different areas. I know that was one of the discussions, it was a while back, but because how many teachers did we hire and how many vacancies do we still have? And then at $3,000, when you multiply that, that gives you a large number at the end of the day. So when you come up with, when you come up with budgeting in certain different areas, like I think Mr. Garlick was, as far as the learning loss and whatnot, then you'd have to go back and readjust the ESSER allotments across the area. That was a while back, that discussion, but I remember that, yes, there was a.
Yes, we've gone through that, and as far as ESSER, I think I'm on about the 12th iteration of breakdown here, and I'll have to publish the final by the 4th of September, for the funding, so it can go either way. But the impression I got was we were focusing more on retention at the time, but it can be.
And we can afford it with the number?
But Mr. Garlick.
If we were to approve it
Yeah.
going through August 30th, Mr. Garlick, do we have
I
enough?
can make it work.
Yes, okay.
There's some, we have some wiggle room
Okay.
because Medico, when he was doing the HVAC, there was some wiggle room there depending on if those projects come in over cost. So I think it can be massaged
Square.
into place.
Let me
Now-
rescind my motion.
Yes, go
Okay,
ahead.
okay now.
Back again.
Mr. Garlick,
To approve.
Mr.
based
Garlick, I'm
on-
going to ask the question I asked Andres a couple of years ago. Are we in a position to honor what was being discussed in terms of the date of employment to
August.
honor the recruiting process, to bring teachers into the school district that was brought up by Mrs. Staita and Coach Trevino? Are we in a
As far
position
as
where
what
we
we
can
have
do
right
it?
now, this year, yes, I would have to go back and take a look at, the money we had set aside for potential second and third stipends, but I think we can make it work for sure this year. There's still gonna be money for the next 2 years, but I'm gonna have to look at, make sure, I have to fence off automatically the 12.3 million learning loss. That's
Right.
gotta be fenced off.
Right.
And there's questions about whether retention stipend would actually fall under that, because it is, so it may work there anyway.
Mr. Garlick, though, originally you planned for a certain amount, right? Not knowing how many were going to retire, how many were going to
Yeah,
resign.
I went with, Megan gave me a number.
Correct.
And I just, multiplied that out. And then the big change in the amount is going to be when there's a benefit difference. If I remember right, it was about 4% if it was a lump sum, and it was more like 13% if it was in their check for retirement. So depending on how many staff are going to choose the retirement option, that is going to boost the cost of what the
Right.
stipend is going to run. Because I used it originally as a retention, one-time, 4%.
Okay.
So it is
Yeah,
going to
because,
increase the cost somewhat.
right.
Okay.
The number of staff, I think, was,
Let me rescind my motion. Coach, go ahead.
Okay, now,
And well, yeah, go ahead.
before we go any further, let's make sure we understand what we're going to vote on
Yes.
and be clear so we don't have to rescind 18,000 times, okay? So
I can discuss all three options first, that way you make the motion, that way this way, this way, this way.
Okay.
And some of the, I think, just to clarify, one of the options Mr. Garlick was just saying right now is that for those that choose to embed it in their check, it comes at a higher cost because of the benefit calculation, the percentage versus the lump sum. But like I said, the percentages are so low, I don't think it'll be a factor because you're looking at 10% across the board and all these different options. The only one that's the highest percentage is the one time. So that was just the whole question about, yes, it can transition to a recruitment stipend, but it's affordable. And that's great.
And just to give the board an update on the vacant professional positions right now that we have for under resignations and retirements, as of yesterday, we're at 37 positions. At one point, we were up in the 80s.
Yeah, in the 80s.
So, they were very high, so we've trimmed them down. We're looking at our numbers closely. We're going to be working with our campus administrators, looking where we're at. After today, we're looking at our student counts, everything that we're going to be looking at carefully. But no question was asked regarding staffing, so I just wanted to provide that update.
Yes, that's.
Mr. Sanchez, since we're discussing, one question, is that stipend going to be your $3,000 stipend or deduct IRS and also, or it's just going to be?
3,000 and then deduct the income tax or whatever.
Right.
And just-
That's part of any payment.
Just to make it clear for people, in case that they get the $3,000 up front and they do leave sometime during the year, they're going to have to pay it back.
Yes.
That's very important. Oh, from the back, oh, sorry. I didn't see that.
One last
Okay,
thing
we'll get there.
on the numbers.
That's part 3.
Okay, I didn't see part 3 yet.
Yeah, so Coach Trevino, you okay with August the 30th?
August the
Me
30th, I
changing
think
the
that's fair
motion?
enough.
Yes.
August 30th.
Yes.
One last thing on the numbers, as far as how many people were involved. This was based, it's not really related to the vacancies, because it was, this is how much staff we have. So
Right.
then when people left, I still had it multiplied in, so.
Correct.
If a person left and we replaced them, they were already built.
It was already factored
They're already
in.
built into.
So, yeah, it's
The
a,
only,
An accounting unit.
the only inflation of the amount we pay out is going to be the benefit side, 4% versus 13%.
okay.
Thank you, Mr. Garland.
Thank you.
Okay.
Andres, can you verify number 3 on
Yes.
the item?
Let me go back
Go
to
ahead and
number 2.
verify number 3 so we can vote on that agenda item with all 3 being part of that.
I'll go back to number 2. So the date will be August the
Oh.
30th?
August 30th.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, now on item 3, like Mr. Stites mentioned a while ago, the board had mentioned in the past that for be eligible to receive the stipend, employees will have to stay at work for the whole year, and that they left early, they will have to pay it back. So I said, if we do it like that, I'm aware of some people that were thinking of retiring in December or January, whenever they completed 90 days of work. And if they leave at that time, because that's what it's time to leave for them to retire, they will not get the stipend. And that would neglect for them the intent to the retention stipend of getting something. So my suggestion was for that, because if the board, that's what the board wants, then the requirement would be 3A. There would be that they have to continue working through May to get the full amount, not to return it. If the board were to go with the example of employee that want to retire in December, to allow them to retire in December or January, they have to at least work through December in order to get half of it. They only return half. And if that is the case, those people that plan to retire in December, to give them the option to say, I'm retiring in December, I only need half. That way they get $1,500 in September, if that's what they wanted. So when they retire, they don't have to return any money, because they know they're retired in December or January. That the requirement be to work through December 2021. And if it's monthly, I had put here, if somebody leaving in November or March, whenever they leave, that they earn every month that they stay. If they leave in November, that they keep the 3 months they got, and that's it. They haven't gotten the rest.
Correct.
I think that's the best.
So when they leave in
Here's my
November, they keep what they have, and they don't have to return it.
Now that we're saying recruitment, because here's a scenario.
Right.
That person leaves, somebody else comes in for that person, they can say, well, can't I have the recruitment stipend for whatever left behind that they didn't take?
No, we're putting
No,
a
'cause
cutoff.
So we're gonna, that's what I'm saying, they're like, that's not gonna happen, because then we're gonna have that extra money, like you guys said, in case that person leaves, it's going to sit there and nobody's going to use
Yeah. If the
that
person-
unused
Right.
money. It's not going to a recruitment stipend
It'll
for
roll
whoever
over
took
for the
over.
next year.
Right, it'll be like a surplus.
Like, give me an example, a month when they leave. If somebody leaves when? In October, early? Or
Right.
December? If they leave in December, there's half of the money left behind. So somebody could get half if they're getting, if the board, well, they wouldn't get it because.
No, 'cause
they're
they're
part
not
of
meeting the
30.
cutoff date.
They're not meeting the cutoff
That's
date.
what I'm
What happens
saying.
with those funds, they go to a general pot, they go back
That's what I
back
wanna
into
know.
They
the
wouldn't do
the ESER account.
Right.
We'll
Mr.
we'll
Garland,
have that
can
on
you
the
It
use
can be
side separated,
reclassified and
okay.
used in a different
Yeah,
area.
Mr.
Okay.
Garland can use
They
it
won't
somewhere
get it.
else.
So, okay, so if the employee choose to, what, you want to say something? Oh.
Yeah, on the ESSER funds, as we have them, we're really not putting them into, here's in this account, we're doling them out as we use them.
Right,
So
Okay.
if we don't use them, they're not moving around, they're just staying there until they're allocated for something else.
Thank
Okay.
you. Mr. Andres?
Yes, sir.
So what you're saying, what you're proposing, on number 3, is for us to approve the way it's written on number 3.
Let me see.
If they leave early,
Well, I guess 3C would be the best one.
Yes,
Well,
because they get to,
If they get it monthly, 3C would apply to the people doing it monthly.
monthly.
these are the different options for the
Yeah.
different options in the front.
Apply the whole number 3 entire, as it is, 3A, B, and C.
Yeah, 3A, B, C, and D, approval of 3A, B, C, and D, that's what you're saying.
A, B, and C.
Yes, A, B, and C, because
what I'm
those
saying.
match the options in the front.
So when I make it for the whole thing, so I don't have to rescind any more motion,
Right?
we're going to approve 3 the way it's written.
Thank you very
Yes.
much.
A, B, and C, because it goes to those that get the one time and those that get it monthly.
Yes.
Right. And those that leave, and then those that leave in December.
Yeah,
And
it will
then-
be 1D.
I think we've all agreed, August 30th?
Yes.
Yes.
And then, obviously, the first one would be the
1D.
both methods.
1D, yes.
Now, before we go any further, council, have we rescinded any motions correctly?
I did. He just didn't hear me, but I rescind my
So-
previous motion.
You
Rescind
asked
the
to be,
second?
have your motion rescinded, and I asked everyone's approval, and everyone said yes.
Yes.
So now,
I'll
given
make a
all the
motion.
information, go ahead.
I'll make a motion to approve the one-time or the monthly, as the employee chooses, the cutoff date being August the 30th. Okay? And then using the requirements on 3, A, B, and C.
Correct.
And I second.
Okay, and we have a motion
And a
to
second.
accept. Now, I'm going to add one thing in there for clarification, because you had stipulated one payment in December, one in June.
Right.
Was that also part of the options?
Yeah, that was, that could be 1A. But 1D covers A, B, and C. Somebody wants it like that, they can do it like that.
Right.
So
Three
is everything
options.
covered?
Yeah, that's what he said, all options.
That is
Okay.
right. If they're gonna leave, if they want it like that, and they're gonna stay the whole year, they can get both. If they leave it in December, they would just get half of it, the one in December.
Okay,
Oh, but I see on 1B, September and December. But you're
Right.
asking Coach December and May instead?
No, September and December. Oh. Is that
Can
what-
they have a December and May one? Is that what you're asking, Coach?
that's what I thought I saw.
Yeah, because it does say here in September and in December. And Coach is asking, can they have it in December and in May or June?
There was an option on the survey that was December and June, but that was in the survey.
Okay,
But the options here is only September and December, monthly, or September only.
okay, that's the motion that Mr.
Yes, sir.
Gonzalez has made and seconded by Mr. Los Santos.
Yes, sir.
Okay, do we have any further discussion?
Just like to say thank you to the
Did-
administration.
Did somebody record
Thank you.
that correctly somewhere?
So they have the
Rosemary
option to,
does. It's recorded, Rosemary has it.
just to clarify, Coach, they have the option to pick either September and December or December and June, right? They have that option?
Not December and June.
No.
It's not- it's
Oh,
not
because I
December.
see here payment type in the chart that you have.
Yeah, the chart is the results of the survey.
Okay.
But the recommendations that I was making, but, well, yeah, we can change it because it's not listed that it cannot be. We can put it December and
No,
June
no,
as
no,
well,
that's okay.
if you want it.
Okay.
I just want to say thank you to the administration. You did go above and beyond to accommodate
Oh,
all staff.
absolutely.
Yes.
And that's a lot of work you all will be taking on, and I just wanted to,
Thank
I
you,
just want to
guys.
put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, point well made, Mr. Los Santos. I'm sure everyone's going to be very appreciative of this, so. Okay, let's take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mr. Isidoro Nieto.
Aye.
Mrs. Jackie Sustaita.
Aye.
Coach Jesse Trevino.
Aye.
Dr. Jaime Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mr. Mark De Los Santos.
Aye.
And Mr. Andrew Gonzalez.
Aye.
Motion carries. Well done. Item 14, discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval to adopt the district's general fund and debt service fund budgets for the fiscal year 2021-2022. Dr. Valdez?
Administration is recommending that the board legally adopt the general fund and the debt service fund budgets as required by the Texas Education Agency. There was a public hearing held at 5:15 PM on Monday, August 23rd, 2021. And so the budget does need your approval by August 31st or earlier.
I'll move to approve.
I have a motion by Dr. Jaime Rodriguez and a second by Mr. Mark De Los Santos. to consider the approval to adopt the district's general fund and debt service fund budgets for the fiscal year 2021, 2022. Do we have any discussion? Let's take it to a vote.
I will accept, based off of all those modifications that we just discussed, right? Is that what this is?
No, that's for the compensation.
This is for the,
Oh, yeah, separate.
This is the time of the compensation plan.
My only concern here. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong one. Okay.
I do have to ask a question that I just remembered when we were discussing the proposed pay raise. I remember I had brought up how the teachers are getting 2,000 and you said, I said, what about 2,500 just because to go competitive? And we said, no, we won't be able to maintain that throughout the years maybe. So we said, what about an incentive for a vaccine incentive? And we said, we'll look into that.
Yes, we are.
Instead of the pay increase. Have we looked into that?
well, is that something that we can bring up?
Discuss it.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Just because it was part of the pay raise question last time, it reminded me of the question.
We have started the talks as
Okay.
far as the vaccine stipend. Uh-huh.
Yeah, we were looking at fencing some funds for that, depending on what guidance we got from the board as far as an amount.
Okay.
And then the other thing that would be key is setting a date so that if the goal is to encourage staff members to get it,
Right.
you're going to have to
Right.
set a date. Let's say we approve it today, we're going to have a date that, okay, you've got maybe 4 or 5 weeks to get it, given the amount of time you got to have between shot 1 and shot 2.
I know that,
So-
we've talked about it in a different discussion. We had two amounts. I don't think you were here for those discussions, but I know Mr. Garlick was.
Yeah.
So how would that take place?
The numbers that stick with me was 300 and 500.
Right, 300 and 500 was the two amounts that we had discussed
And
before.
I just need to narrow it down to, okay, which one do which one do we want to go for? And then as far as setting a date, whenever we're going to bring it to the board to say approve, then we need to have at least 4 weeks afterward to give people who have not been vaccinated time to
window.
get both shots. And then we need to figure out how are we going to.
Everybody, yeah.
And we can make it clear, we're not forcing anybody to get a vaccine.
We're going to offer
It's
this as an
optional.
An
incentive.
incentive, yeah.
And then we need to figure out the management side of how are we going to collect that information? I am not volunteering to collect shot information, but somebody's going to have to collect shot.
Sir, I was asking you, and just to come, like what we're discussing, I know we talked about it, and it was a while back, but it was $300 to $500 per employee, all employees, right?
Yes. It was a
Everyone
flat-
across
it was
the
a
board,
flat
just to
fee.
confirm, okay.
It was
Yes.
flat, you're a human being, you're teaching, or in the district, that's it, yeah.
So what's the technicality there then? And that's, of course, if we're going to give a shot vaccine, then we need to see proof of vaccination. So how does that work? Like legalities?
The card.
I would assume we would have to have some way of collecting, like I.
Show proof of
I'll get out of the
vaccination?
way here.
Yes, Mr. Delizandos, there are other districts that, kind of like a Google form or Google Doc where you snap your vaccination card and they use
Okay.
it to process on that. So, and what I was telling Mr. Sanchez, as you know, the board just approved the 10 COVID days. So if an employee gets vaccinated, then of course, they don't have to quarantine, thus they don't have to use those days. So that in itself would be a savings and an incentive for the employees to get the vaccines because most of the cases we're seeing are unvaccinated individuals.
Okay.
Thank you,
And
sir.
so we'll move forward with that work.
Okay.
Because we can always amend it.
Yes.
Amend what we approved tonight to give that one-time stipend, right?
Okay.
So maybe if we decide 3 and those that get a booster 5, I mean, just saying.
Yeah.
And I figured that it could be done, because there was a few districts in the valley that did that, that did have a vaccination stipend.
Yeah.
And it was $250 to $500, and then I know the last time we talked about it a few months back was $300 to $500.
We'll start that
So,
work.
Mr. Delizandos, we could run some numbers and bring that as a separate agenda item.
Yeah.
Yes,
at a
we
different
will.
Please.
Okay.
If I may say, the approval on the budget tonight is the general fund and the debt service fund. The vaccine stipend will come out of the ESSER fund,
Yes, sir.
which is now being approved tonight. So the fact that you're approving it, we can come back with the actual amount later on. But this budget does not reflect that stipend.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you can approve it.
Back on that stipend, I have a question on, not stipend, the incentive. would there be any, and this is for you, Eloy, would there be any legal ramifications, because everybody reacts differently to these shots? And let's say somebody does not react, has a bad reaction to this.
Two things in there. It would not be an incentive, federal incentive, bad word. It would be a stipend. The other thing is, as far as the booster, you run into issues with, okay, you gotta wait so many months and so on. So there's something to consider there as far as a booster. As far as, and either Mike or somebody else would have to address, if somebody has a certain
Health condition.
disease or a certain disability that they can't get the shot, what do you do in that case? So that would be another, something when we bring it back, we'd have to look at. Is there a provision in there for, if you've got a health provider that said, no, you should not get the shot, that would have to be an added provision.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And then the other thing for me is, looking at the raises here, the paraprofessionals, I know we discussed we talked about it, setting a cap, the possibilities of setting a cap here, because I brought it up during the summertime when you presented sometime in June, I think, and you showed some of those numbers. And, I think it would be an appropriate time to implement some type of a cap. Teachers have, everybody has them. I think teachers, once you max out at a certain point, I think everybody.
Teachers don't max out.
No?
No.
They keep getting the stipend, the amount.
But just their numbers still, when they max, or they don't max out, but they don't make nearly as much as some of these other paraprofessionals.
With all due respect, they do. We have, I believe, 86, 87 teachers that have more than 30 years, and they're in the 70 to 70-something thousand. There's a few, not that many have the 30 years, but they do.
So a teacher that makes, so now that you brought it up, let's go ahead and bring it up now. A teacher that makes 30,000, or has 30 years.
Oh, it's on here.
Is it on the compensation plan?
It was on the,
In the compensation plan on page 10, section 5.3, the general pay increase will be calculated for each employee by applying the percent increase approved by the board to the midpoint of each employee's pay range. No employee may be paid over the maximum of the assigned pay range. Therefore, employees at the maximum, they've already capped out, right? They're at the maximum of their pay range, will not qualify and will not receive the approved pay increase unless otherwise approved by the board. So that would be your call. If you're approving pay increases, would you want for all? Or are you going to want to exclude the ones that have maxed out? That's the decision you're facing right now.
Now, for the pay increases, remember we talked about the process, what was the process taken when this pay raise, like this 3.74, when it's gonna be applied to the current pay scale? Is it applied to the current pay scale, or is the current pay scale modified and then it's applied?
And Megan, if you can please come up to the podium. There is an adjustment factor that is standard practice, right? There's an adjustment factor, and that adjustment factor is for cost of living.
Yes, so typically the practice that's been done is, in this case, the 2.74% is given to professionals. We'll divide it by half.
Right.
And increase the minimum and the maximum by half of whatever it is.
Right.
And then the midpoint is also
Adjusted.
by that same amount. So that's how we're increasing the scales.
Right.
Now, for the paraprofessional and auxiliary, it's a higher amount, so their scales are going up higher.
Right, and see, that's the thing, because if you're applying half of the issued raise, modifying the scale now, and then applying the full amount to that modified scale, they're actually getting 1.5 of whatever we're offering. But my question was, is that an optional method, or is that, because I know that I read in some documentation that Dr. Canales had showed me that was an optional method that you use so that you don't max out scales and that so you remain competitive in the market. But my only worry is that when we're looking at budgets and looking at budget and payroll being one of your largest costs, when you do that year after year, if you give them a 3% raise and you modify the scale by 1.5 and then you add 3, you're going 4.5. Like in one year, they got a 6 or 7% raise.
7%.
That was really a 9% raise because they modified the scale and then applied the 6. So our only worry is like, my thing is that have to be, only because this is a hard, I mean, the raise is the raise.
Mm-hmm.
The other part, nobody even knew about. They didn't know that actually they were getting 4.5 instead of 3 because you're modifying the scale by half of the raise.
Correct.
So are you, in other words, are you going to break the bank by doing that every single year, but yet you're not increasing enrollment to catch up with that pace? Because most school districts give 1 to 3% on average during normal years. I mean, you see that range? Am I right? Most times, that's what you see? I mean, that's over even on your presentation, that you see that 1 to 3, some years because of the state, it was higher. But enrollment in Weslaco has been stagnant for quite some time. Around the same year, which is okay. It's been remained steady, but then your payroll costs keep going up and up and up and up. So when, like I said, we had some discussions about that at the beginning of this year. So what is the best option? Is it a mandatory option? Does every district do that? Or is that something that's just optional, or that's just the way we've always done it? Or what is the case? Because you don't want to start bursting at the seams.
That's
you know.
standard practice.
Standard practice?
Yes, it is. And we studied other districts, and then I, of course, relied on Mrs. Vargas, right? Her expertise is in this, and so it is standard practice to apply the adjustment factor.
Yes.
What we're carefully exploring and analyzing in our district is that you have the professional here and pay structure, and you have the paraprofessional pay structure.
Right.
And what's happening is, this one's going up, but the paraprofessional pay structure is accelerated. And so it's moving up faster. And you're right, you don't want to break the bank, right? But what happens is, through attrition, like, you don't fill those teacher vacancies anymore if enrollment's going down. So through attrition, that's how you won't break the bank, right?
Okay.
So you're adjusting as far as staffing. And so you're always,
Right.
in the black and not in the red.
And that's what's important, is to be
Yes.
aware of that.
Yes.
Is look at those numbers and compare, okay, my population size, is
Correct.
it increasing with my payroll costs as they go up
Absolutely.
year by year? So when we issue out salary increases, and like I said, they've been very good, but they're also, people need to realize it's just not 3%. You're giving them 5 or
More because of the
5.5.
cost of living adjustment
Right, yes.
factor.
And so and our salaries are high. So that's kind of just a factor I wanted to bring up as we talk about capping and things
Yes.
like that. We as a board, that's our responsibility, to make sure that we sustain the organization, that there's funding to make sure that it operates the way it's supposed to operate. And the primary goal is instruction, is
Correct.
classroom. So taking into account all the other things that our district has and offers, I mean, that's one of those things that I just want everybody to know, because I know that I was privileged to that information, and I wanted everyone else to know that too. So, we have to, it's our responsibility to make sure that we're financially, we have the financial integrity in place.
Absolutely, yes.
And I believe this last staffing salary, or the study that we got, it was in 2013. I think we had mentioned TASB. So it's been a while, obviously, that we got the last study done. And hopefully we can look into that, like we had mentioned before,
The new one.
to help us out, to balance what we need to balance out.
And we provided a one-page document there to give you an idea or to give you the information on the number of employees that have kept, right, that are maxed out. And so you have them there by category, and the total of employees in WISD that have maxed out are 196 individuals. And you have them there by category for your reference.
There's some very high numbers in 2 categories. I don't know if I can say them out loud. but-
Historically, I was informed that Board of Trustees have approved the budget pay, and including pay increases for all. So
Right.
that's something that you would have to decide.
looking at this, Andres, since you,
Yes, sir.
since you brought it up
Uh-huh.
or I brought it up, but I have, under 312, there's people, or the maximum amount for a secretary is 77,224. How many years would a teacher have to work to obtain that amount?
A good number. A good number, sir.
No, I mean, I can say a good number. I mean, this is your expertise. I'd like a number since you said, no, it's not possible, or you
25
you said
years.
something in that regard.
To get to the midpoint there, about 25 years.
Huh?
25 years.
25 years, a teacher's gonna make 66,650.
So,
I'm talking about 77,224.
so actually, this afternoon, I was talking to Andres, and I ran a report. There's teachers who had around teachers step 39, 40, and they're around 76,000. So it's gonna take them
So 40, it
39,
would take
40
them
years.
40 years
Yes,
to get to 76,000, around 76,000?
correct.
Okay, but not 77, because you made a statement right now, and I'm just trying to prove a point. You made a statement, 77,224, a teacher's not gonna get to that point unless they work, I guess, maybe 43, 44 years?
Yes.
Yes.
So, that, I mean, that's a, I don't know how many teachers are out there, but I don't know how many can work that long.
More than 30 years.
So.
Yeah, back when they
again,
started 40 years ago, the salary, the pay, where they started was way lower, right? That makes a big difference. Like 40 years ago, the starting salary for a teacher was, I don't know, how much?
Oh, yeah.
And this chart that I'm looking at is actually with the $2,000 increase. So 25 years for a teacher before the increase that we gave them was actually 64,650.
Correct, it's 2,000 less.
So I hope this is something to consider here, and that's why I'm asking for, but you said they did cap out, Doctor?
Yes, we have the 196. Megan is,
Yeah, this
I'm
document
verifying.
that you'll have in front of you is what we would save if you cap out. Because the practice has been that all employees receive the raise, no matter if they've capped out at the max. So this amount would be, if you're capping out these employees, this is the savings of the increase.
Okay, I see.
Now, here's where I'm confused, because some of the categories like bus drivers, manual trades, they're hourly workers, right? They get paid by the hour. So when I think about, I'm looking at the cap, are they getting paid like salary? Because they're not, their hours are differing, obviously. We can't cap them. If they're gonna work 55 hours, we're gonna pay them 55 hours. They're gonna get paid what they work. So we're paying them as a salary worker, but yet they're supposed to be getting paid hourly.
So they are getting paid hourly. For budget purposes, we just give them the minimum number of hours. So if they're scheduled to be a 6-hour bus driver, we get their hourly rate times 6 hours, and that's their annualized. But we just use that for budget purposes. So they do get, like if they worked 47 hours that week, they do get paid 47 hours.
It got brought to my attention, that we do not pay, what's comp time then? Who gets paid comp time?
Anybody can get comp time. Bus drivers do not get comp time, they get time and a half paid.
What
Comp time
about-
is time and a half as well. And secretaries can do it. Anybody can do comp time.
But they're hourly employees, are we?
Yeah, but they will get it at time and a half. They can accumulate the hours to take off later on, if it's allowed, but it will be, as long as they exceed 40, it will be at time and a half.
So security guards,
Yes.
are them as well?
Yes, it will be time and a half.
So we can't cap them. We can't say, oh, you have a cap. We're just paying them what they work.
No, for comp time, there is a cap. I believe it's 60 hours that they have a cap. After that, they cannot accrue anymore. They have to start using it. Now, for overtime, it's payment, money-wise. This is hours that they can use throughout the day, throughout the year, like if they need to go to the doctor, they'll have those hours. But it is time and a half.
So how do we differentiate between comp time and overtime? If you worked extra, isn't that just overtime?
Comp time isn't payment. overtime is in money.
Right, right.
So if you have a security guard who's working the game, they have 45 hours, and then you have a bus driver who worked the game also, they're getting 5 hours paid at time and a half. The security guard is getting 5 hours at time and a half, which is what, 7.5?
Right.
So they have 7.5 hours that they can use for future, as opposed to the bus driver has 7.5 hours of payment.
So is that
Yes, that's what we.
legal? I mean,
Yeah,
we're
why are we not paying them?
labor laws or anything like that?
Yes, it's allowed.
It is allowed?
Yes.
He's not a labor lawyer.
I'd have to look that up.
Yeah, because as far, I know I do payroll, and I have to pay my employees their overtime. I can't, I've never known, but we can look into it to see, because it's a little confusing here.
Professionals do not get overtime or comp time.
Correct.
But a professional do, or manual trade.
Okay.
Because I know comp time is, you get your time, overtime is you get your money, but I would assume you work over 40, you're gonna get paid. We're not gonna say, oh, well, I owe you these hours, you can use them whenever you want.
Yeah. Security guards is an example. They accumulate hours and they take them off later on. And they will take them off like that. If they accumulate 5, they get 7.5 off later on. As long as it's more than 40.
I would like for us to look into that, doctor, because
Yes, sir.
I
Yes.
have employees too, and
I know some employees, some of those do prefer the comp time because they use it during the holidays or, extend their break. So I know.
Some of them accrue their leave, and for instance, in Christmas, when everyone's gone, the security guards use their comp time
Correct.
to stay home also. So some do opt to get comp
So we give
time.
them a preference. Do you want to get paid, or do you want us to give you comp time?
It depends on the event, I believe. I don't,
Okay.
the event? Like,
Oh,
I know,
event.
like.
The circumstance, yeah.
Yeah, so the
What's the circumstance for comp time versus
Yeah,
pay?
what's
Do they have an
the
option? That's what I think, that's what you that's.
Yes.
I know
So
that-
we'll explore that and look into
please,
it.
yes, doctor.
Yeah, we can
That
explore
happens a
that.
lot with my department, so.
Yeah, maintenance.
So yes, we do, we offer an option, and there are employees who do opt to take the comp time. And so what it is they accumulate that time, and then they take either if they have 4 hours, they take half a day off, it's already been paid because it's the comp time. So in lieu of the actual compensation of payment, they take time instead. And it's also paid the same, or awarded the same. If they work over 40 hours that week, then any time extra is at time and a half.
But now, we're not, and that's a great point, and I can see it being an advantage, or, other people opting for that, but I don't think everybody gets that option, because it was brought to my attention by a particular group that, the comp time, that I guess they're seeing it as, it's not an option to them.
I think if they're hourly, I know because we went through an audit, you have to, an hourly staff member, any hours paid over 40, period, you have to pay them.
Pay over, yeah.
Pay them time and a half.
Time and a half.
I mean, you might want
Yeah, we'll look.
to, if you can verify, the
Yeah, we'll have
administration
to
can verify,
verify
but
that.
I want to say that any hourly employee is required to play, because, for instance, in some cases, some districts don't allow staff, like say 8 o'clock punch-in time. They tell them, don't clock in anytime before 8 o'clock, because if you clock in at 7:45 or 7:30, the school's required to pay you that time regardless, overtime. The same thing goes kind of like if maintenance says, well, I need extra teams to come in on the weekend and work. If they're hourly, they have to get paid time and a half. I think by wage laws. I think that's, if I remember correctly, because there was a similar event that I had to go through where that was a training that got brought up. And I remember, and some districts were doing comp time, but you can't do comp time. You can do comp time with, well, not even professional, because in their contract, they're not allowed comp time. But hourly, they have to by law get paid because they're hourly staff and they work by the hour.
And we'll check on that, and Mr.
might
Sepulveda
wanna
will also
double-check that.
verify for us. Thank you.
Not that we wouldn't want to give an option, but we got to follow the law.
We got to see, yes, correct.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Here we have the agenda item.
I'll look it up.
We have a motion to approve by Mr. Nieto,
That was me, Coach.
Yes, and Dr. Jaime.
Coach.
and a second by, okay, first
Second
second.
by me. Motion?
First,
Okay, Dr. Rodriguez made the motion to approve, and Mr. Los Santos seconded, okay? I think we have discussed it in a lot of detail, so let's take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mr. Nieto.
Aye.
Ms. Staito.
Aye.
Coach Trevino.
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos.
Aye.
And Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. That takes us to item 15. Discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval of a resolution adopting the 2021-2022 total tax rate of .9807 on each $100 of assessed taxable property value with a maintenance and operations, M&O, tax rate of .9407 and an interest and sinking, INS, tax rate of .04. Dr. Valdez.
Yes, the 2021-2022's tax rate needs to be approved by the board and adopted by resolution, of course, before current tax bills can be prepared and mailed out to the taxpayers. And so we're recommending the rate as presented. You see the table there in your packet as far as the current tax rate and the proposed tax rate, and the total tax rate would be lower.
I make a motion to approve.
Second?
Have a motion by
Los Santos.
Mr. Los Santos?
Yes, sir.
And a second by Jackie Stipend. Any discussion? Okay. The motion and the second was to approve the resolution adopting the 2021-2022 total tax rate of .9807 on each $100 of assessed taxable property value and a maintenance and operations M&O tax rate of .9407 and an interest and sinking INS tax rate of .04. Take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mr. Isidro Nieto.
Aye.
Ms. Jackie Stipend.
Aye.
Coach Trevino.
Aye.
Dr. Jaime Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mr. Mark de los Santos.
Aye.
And Mr. Andrew Gonzalez.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You just
Okay, that takes us to item 18, adjournment.
So moved.
The time now is 9:36.
Is this for all?